Good morning.
Good morning, are you there?
Yes, I am here.
Well, hello. It's good to hear of you.
Yes, I've been in and out. It's been. Oh boy. I got a filling done.
Oh,
My mouth is still
you
slightly
got a
numb.
filling. So here's an interesting thing, and I guess a bit of a legal disclaimer. I forgot that I was in the hangout room because I've been here a while,
Oh, yeah.
and I'm also doing a live stream. Not of anything in particular. I'm not even good at it.
I don't mind.
So, all right. So long as you don't mind having your voice on the live stream.
If you'd like me to leave, I don't mind at all.
No, you know what? You're, first of all, someone who I've talked to a few times, and I always find you pleasant to speak with. More importantly, I guess you'd be the first, technically the first guest of my show, so please come on in, won't you? I love having you.
Deeply honored.
I'm actually working on the character sheet for the role-playing game that I run every other Friday night. So it is a work in progress, and in being such, I would call it kind of in an alpha stage.
Mm-hmm.
So that helps me be able to make changes midstream, and the players kind of understand that that's might be something that I do now and then.
Mm-hmm. You want to talk about it with me? Give you somebody to bounce things off of?
Well, certainly. I mean, yeah. One of the things that I wanted to talk about tonight is kind of the way that the world fell apart and the weird dichotomy of, or trichotomy, is that a word? So, and I guess, have you ever done much Twitch streaming?
No, I've not. I have done a few art streams, though.
Good.
Twitch.
Well, I let, after the Wobbly Python, beautiful, fiasco is actually a good word for it, because that's all the best way to describe the chaos. So after I was on Wobbly's show, I decided I would pick their brains, and they said, hey, we kind of like your content, but you would do better over on Twitch, because it's better for long format live crap. So
That makes sense.
they said that by their measurement, the people on YouTube, they want stuff in 15-minute chunks.
Mm-hmm.
And now that you can out, I was on Twitch like when it first became a thing, and then I walked away because it was of no value to me at the time. So so now you can export your videos over to YouTube, and I can even slice them up before I send them on over. Like I have a segment where I'm talking to my mom on the phone about a sculpture I'm going to make for her. So yeah. So here you are. First of all, let me not be a jerk. I gotta get over two things I need to say on the air. First of all, folks, you're gonna see that the show has slightly more production than it ever did before. That's also Wobbly's doing. When I saw how cool his show was, I had to set up this dashboard, and so on air I designed the thing. I don't know if you want to even play it for a half second and pause it so you can see the neat thing I did. Have you, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you watch a lot of streams. I'm guilty of not watching a lot of Twitch myself. And, yeah, tonight we have Pepper, right? That's how you prefer to be introduced? Yeah, so, we have some fun Arabian sounding music as Pepper introduces herself. Return of the Mummy by Kevin MacLeod. So, Pepper, what do you want the world to know about you? Nothing at all?
I'm sorry. It's a wonderful time for my
That's all right.
internet to die for like a minute. Beautiful.
No, it's all right. Yeah, my big disclaimer here is, first of all, everything I say is bullshit, so please accept that. I won't be held accountable for any of the ideas that I puke out into the ether and we all examine together. It's just philosophy, just looking at some stuff. tomorrow morning we might wake up and say, none of that was true. So we try and do everything with love and not hate. So, don't be a dick to each other. That's the other part of my mantra. I'm also the guy that sometimes I say the S word and the F word just casually. If you can't accept that, because I'm very forgetful, go ahead. Now's the time to get up and leave, folks. So, the last thing is I told you in the last stream my 4 big ideas of what makes me is pizza, Muppets, big ideas, and infectious language. And so that infectious language is a big one. It's kind of a CDC warning that I need to put up in the stream for everyone, because if you don't consent to being infected by my words and letting them linger with you after the stream, then again you might want to leave. So we all infect each other with words, man. What do you think about those weird big dogmas? Pizza, Muppets, big ideas, and infectious language. Pepper, can you get down with any of that?
I can. I think they're all wonderful.
Thank you. Pepper makes a wonderful sidekick. Thank you for being here.
I tried to be. The infectious ideas brings me to an interesting topic. Have you ever heard of the selfish gene?
No, please tell me everything you know about it.
I know surprisingly little.
All right.
But it's a book by, I believe, Richard Dawkins, in which the word meme actually comes from that book. Memetics, the study of ideas in terms of evolutionary Darwinian thinking.
So I must have heard of this before, but for those playing the home game, I'm looking it up on Wikipedia. Let me read the first thing here. The Selfish Gene is a 1976 book on evolution by, as Pepper said, Richard Dawkins, in which the author builds upon the principal theory of some other dude's adaptation and natural selection. Dawkins uses the term selfish gene as a way of expressing the gene-cultured view of evolution, as opposed to the views focused on the organism and the group. Okay, I think I see what you're saying. So, today I was writing a thing about how I am actually very pro-capitalism, but I am anti-consumerism. And it dawned on me, well, wait a minute, if I say that and I want it to be true, well, capitalism is this big kind of idea centered around economics, where consumerism is really more about the zeitgeist and the culture and the buy now and marketing and all that. And so, yeah, I'm really into the idea of memetics.
It's subtle, but it's the subtleties which are important.
So you're touching on something that I was just talking to the dad Welshman about the other day. And, once you realize that the construct around us is a little bit bullshit, you can choose to use it to your advantage.
Well, everything's arbitrary for the most part.
And isn't everything just words? I mean, yeah.
They're just sounds. It's not the sounds themselves which have meaning, it's the meaning that we ascribe to them.
Yeah, when I was a chunkier kid, just in 8th grade, getting into role-playing and stuff, I found the book that Tolkien wrote about the Elvish and Dwarvish language that he made up. And I think Asian languages do this too, really into, while all the other kids were playing Codemaster and writing the alphabet backwards, I was writing sound matrices for syllables instead. This symbol is a syllable, and I know smarter men than me have done this before, but taking and breaking our language into more, it's more than just a sound, but it's not quite a full word at that point. So
I understand what you mean.
I think that stuff's pretty neat.
Oh, it's incredibly fascinating. Linguistics is... I love it. I don't read or do much enough with it, but it is fascinating.
Yeah, I think that we should all strive to be little inner wizards. And I think that I want to turn that term as gender neutral as I can. Is that weird? Like, we assume witch and wizard are like this weird polar opposite, and I rebuke that idea.
No, they don't have to be.
Good. Yeah, do you
I
have?
would say they're both gender neutral for the most part.
Could be, right?
Yeah. If I remember correctly, a lot of Wiccan, don't quote me on anything about Wiccan. I think the preferred term for males who practice magic is still witch.
They don't necessarily say warlock. That seems very cliche, but
I don't think
I
so,
don't
but
know.
don't quote me on anything
See,
related to
and this
Wiccan
is the
because
part of the
I've never
show where I like to
practiced.
say, folks, more research is needed. There's nothing wrong with saying that. You know, my inner little scientist says, you know, sometimes we don't know the answer to a thing.
Mm-hmm.
When I'm in my little meditation chamber, we like to float out ideas as we're kind of stumbling around and building the show up. Things I'm going to talk about later, and I have a no phones rule. And so you say something, and it's like, well, we don't know. Is that true? Like the classic one, God bless her heart, but a lot of people do this. Is Betty White alive today or not? Like, I don't know. And then you go and it's fine if you look it up later, but right now it doesn't matter what the real answer is, right? Because we're just we're saying some bullshit. And you know, out of
Mm-hmm.
love, yeah, this is a universe where Betty White is still alive today. So
I'm pretty sure.
I'm pretty sure too, right? Yeah.
I'm unsure now.
Yeah, good vibes in her direction. And do you look it up or not, right? I would have heard something. Yeah.
Mm.
I like those people who are ascribed to the multidimensional universe theory, and they're like, obviously we're living in one of the worst timelines. And I'm like, there's always a silver lining, friends.
Oh yeah, multi-universe is always fun.
Do you have some of your own original characters that are, did they break those rules? Being able to sidestep into pocket dimensions and whatnot?
Yes.
Good. Yeah.
Oh,
See,
it's complicated.
so
Needlessly complicated.
you're one of the few people that when I'm building a story, I normally have two hard bands. I like to be a guy who sets up a social contract real early,
Mm-hmm.
and so I say things like, "Okay, we're going to build a stew together with some certain ingredients, and we're going to come up with some ads, and we're going to come up with some bands. Like, you know, I don't want any anchovies in my stew. That's a hard no, right? Whatever. Maybe some
That's
people do."
understandable.
And so, two of my big level bands, one is time travel, and the other is gonzo silliness. Now, your characters, I think things become a less gonzo if you define them. And gonzo means out of the blue. Like, you were
Mm-hmm.
about to be arrested for a DUI when all of a sudden you called an army of ducks out of the bushes and they ate the police officer. Like, unless you've established why you have this weird duck power before, this is quite gonzo, friend.
Mm-hmm. Everything should be warranted.
Yeah. I think that because of the way that language is built, and I preach this a lot when I'm doing talks about storytelling, but when all you ever have is the information you've been given, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so when we say big ideas like a noun, we can only make some assumptions.
Mm-hmm.
Moreover, if you say something like Alexander Hamilton, I don't know, that's an awful thing. If I say Donatello, the Ninja Turtle, and you've never heard of him, I had to pick something that I could actually describe in a minute. Then,
Mm-hmm.
and you go, well, I don't know that thing. I'm from another planet.
Mm-hmm.
All we can do is then turn around and say, well, break that into some smaller ideas for me, right? Well, he's a walking, talking turtle. He's a bit of a nerd. And by the way, did I tell you he loves pizza? Yeah.
Yes. That's always a fun thing to pick apart what would and would not be a universal sort of thing. And
Yeah.
when you come down to it, very few things are universal.
One of my favorite things about Star Trek was and I think you and I might have even talked about this off the air, that the ability to put the kind of monster of the week formula into the planet or the alien culture of the week. It's like, hey, look, let's fly around and look inside each of these little fish bowls and see how, if we put this construct on others with a capital O, how it actually shows us a reflection of ourselves. So, The green genderless men of Daybor 9. I mean, and what else can you tell me? They don't eat any vegetables. Oh, well, maybe we could improve their diet. No, we have rules that say don't mess with what you find in the fishbowl. Okay. Were you much of a Trekkie at all?
You know, the only one I've seen all the episodes of is the original one,
Okay.
but the first one I ever saw anything from was Voyager. So,
Well, that's not bad.
yes, I've seen some of Voyager, Next Gen, and the original, but I have not seen any of Deep Space Nine.
That happens to be my favorite is Deep Space Nine.
Oh, I hear a lot of people love it, but I've not seen it yet.
And the reason for it is because then we turn the fishbowl in on itself.
Hmm.
And so instead of necessarily a planet of the week, it's Deep Space Nine, the way that it's laid out, set design wise, as an environment artist, that's something that turns me on greatly. It feels like a mall.
Hmm.
It feels like a floating mall, and it's almost like Paul Blart Mall Cop in space without so much comedy, but it's like we're going to walk around to these shops every day, and mostly the same people are going to be working there. And we're going to see what their lives are all about and how they bounce off of each other. It's not quite a sitcom, but it is a little more oddly contained. Like, I think what I'm trying to say is that the other shows kind of jump from one episode to the next, and you don't necessarily need a connective tissue. Whereas
Hmm.
here on Deep Space Nine, some of the things that happen have a little more of a continuity from one episode to the next.
That makes sense.
So it feels like the drama has been,
Building.
yeah, yeah. I have the stakes are a little bit higher because I care what happens to these characters.
Hmm.
Do you do much Netflix or do you watch any of that?
I am deeply influenced by a lot of that stuff, but I've actually seen surprisingly little. I always feel slightly embarrassed about how little I have seen.
One of the things I was saying that is in praise of it is actually I wasn't going to watch the Sabrina show,
Hmm.
but they by virtue of changing the format because it isn't a sitcom anymore, then they kind of had my curiosity, and then in seeing how they stuck with the drama, and because I'm always deconstructing that story embryo, I'm like, okay, this is not bad. This, characters build and are interesting enough, and it doesn't waste the viewers. It respects the viewers' time. So, yeah.
Yeah. We want something. We want to get something out of our media.
Yeah, I think that one of the things you have to tell yourself is most of the time your audience is smarter than you give them credit for. Now,
Very true.
that's it's hard for me to say sometimes because I'm one of those jerks that as you look at the bigger group, it becomes a mob, and so I have less respect for it. But when your britches get big enough, you actually have to respect a fandom, right? So,
Hmm.
what is your preferred ingestion of media?
At this point, I'm not sure. It's at this point, I feel like I absorb it through cultural osmosis.
Okay, so yeah. If it's important, then it'll be in the zeitgeist, and then you're sure to
Yes,
hear about it, right?
it's like you just like absorb it through your skin. Not literally, of course, but you know what I mean.
I do, yeah. Did you hear about that thing? No? Then it must not have been important. Did you hear about that thing? Oh yeah, isn't it great? It is now that I'm hearing about it. Right.
Yes.
Or how do you hey, and I love this. Oh, I can do exercises with you on air that I can't when I have no other friends. Thank you for being my friend tonight, Pepper. So two
No
things,
problem.
though. To be delightfully generic and infectious with my imagination. Oh, yeah, the other endorsement that I need to write down. I believe that storytelling is group hallucination. So
I won't say you're wrong.
yeah, and I think that if you're good at it, then it can be guided group hallucination, right?
Mm.
So I'm
Yeah.
always trying to get better at it. Kill your TV, friends. See, you're actually doing it the right way because I can't endorse. Even though I wear a marketing hat very often, I can't endorse any form of media that has commercials.
I understand the necessity of it,
Yeah.
but
Yeah, I really believe that it's a kind of a pollution of your peace.
mhm.
We've taken to not even listening to Pandora in our meditation space because a commercial can randomly come on and shock you out of your chill, right?
Oh yeah.
Hi, I'm Greg Martin from the Big Car Corral down the road, and you won't believe our deals. And I'm like, first of all, fuck you, Greg Martin. I don't know you. Why are you yelling at me? Like, yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, it can be pretty bad.
Yeah.
And my mom will do that. She's like, "Hey, did you see that commercial?" I'm like, "No," and I say that with a smile, like, "No, I didn't." But if enough of my friends, just kind of like you, are like, "Hey, the one time I really am into commercials, I guess, because everybody else is too. The Super Bowl. Did you see that? Did you see that commercial? Right." But that leads me into the other thing that I was going to ask you with no frame of reference. How do you feel about that thing that happened?
That thing which happened?
Yeah.
Hmm. It's hard to say, and I'm conflicted about it.
So you
That
don't
one
really
thing.
feel strongly one way or the other about that thing that happened.
I have mixed emotions about it.
Yeah. Did you hear about it early on, or were you? I mean, did you hear about it
I
after
was
the
late to the
mornings?
party.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Yep.
and not being there, I don't feel like I'm entitled to have a strong
Oh,
opinion
right.
on it.
Yeah, I'm always saying that, more learned men than me will probably tell me how to feel about the thing that happened.
Oh yeah. Oh yes.
So I am looking at our clock,
Mhm.
and we're coming up on an hour. I'm gonna say to everyone, hey, thanks for being with me here. This is Into the Night with Incomitatum. This is episode 10. We're now on Twitch. We're talking about storytelling, my role-playing game Endworld, and I'm actually going to be doing some art in reference to that and showing you the sculpting progress I've made in no particular order when we come back and I figure out how to work these knobs and dials in conjunction with Discord. I think I got it figured out.
Oh yes, yes I can. Huh. I simply did not want to interrupt the monologue. Oh yes. Wouldn't that be nice? Mm. Mm. Yes. My existence has been recorded for prosperity. Truest form of immortality, right? Oh man. The things that civilizations before us would have given for such a privilege. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Hmm. It's something I've always been confused by the term natural. No, it dawned on me based on the the comparison between modern day druid and uh, yes. Hmm. Hmm.
Looks like I figured out how to work the knobs and levers of this starship of the imagination. We are into the night with Incomitatum, episode 10, storytelling, Endworld, and art. I happen to be super blessed to be joined tonight by the lovely sounding Pepper.
No.
And we're just, like I tried and disclaim, which is an important word. I have special needs, and I have a need to be understood, and a need for you to all understand that this is all just in the imagination tonight as we talk about storytelling. And that's kind of how I use the word bullshit. It's all made up, folks. Don't stare at the cracks too hard.
If you stare at them too hard, they're going to stare back.
Yeah. Yeah, the attendants get real nervous when you start pointing out that the ride is actually here. Like, the quickest way to get off the holodeck is to raise a fuss about how it's all made up. So,
Yes.
it's like, well, what? Did you just become a giant baby and not want to be in the construct anymore? So,
Oh, yes.
it was nice until you started complaining about the picnic.
Hmm.
Yeah, we were talking about being urban shamans during the break, about the word nature, which is, I was about to say when I decided that we should come back, that I've been studying the three great conflicts. And, that breaks down into man versus man, which is a fun one, because how do you define the second man? Man versus self, which is, into the mouth of madness, what are we really? But more importantly, man versus nature. And I like this one because that's, the notion of for everything there is a season. You're not going to stop the wheel of pain or, the entropy of the universe. So.
Oh, yes. I know these. These are common ways of breaking down stories, aren't they?
Yeah, definitely. And so, in the little random generation table, I use funny dice when I storytell. I don't know if you have you done much tabletop role playing, if at all, ever.
No, I've not. I have not had the privilege of finding a good group.
So let me tell you why I embrace the math. As an anti-math guy, let me tell you about math.
Okay.
I embrace the math of the storytelling system that it has taken me years to find. I found that as I grew up, and I've always been storytelling since the 8th grade, but as I grew into the craft of storytelling, I needed to get away from numbers and more into ideas. And so a lot of the systems that I favor now don't even have dice. But the one that I endorse the most and that I'm writing this role-playing game for is called Fate. Okay. And Fate uses, if I say a D6, you know what that is, right?
Oh, of course okay. I know what a D6 is.
Yeah, everyone should.
Too much of a nerd not to.
Right? I would hope so. You're on my show. Thank you for being here.
I'm happy to be here.
So, Fate is funny in that a single D6, and there are Fate dice, but they are just D6, but they have 2 pluses, 2 minuses, and 2 zeros. 2 nothings, actually, nulls. And you only ever roll 4 of these at a time. That number doesn't normally change. It's weird if a rule set is like, no, now we're going to change the number of dice. So, this actually means that if you're going to do a random generation table with those 4 dice, you only get 15 options. And that kind of went off on a tangent, but I'll tell you why I like that real quick. It breaks down into 3 very easily. And so, again, this is the kind of... I've been making random generation tables about conflict, or I'm calling them situations. It's like, hey, boss, this just is happening. It's like, whoa. So, contrary to some other role-playing games, I'm making it to where, Pepper, you might have a character in my game. But when our game starts, when we all sit down at the table and have moved away from having pizza and are actually going to start playing, I dole out situations to the players with a capital P.
Okay.
Now that they're out there, your wheels are turning. And some of you, one of my players, will now grab that situation and say, I want my story to be about that tonight.
Mm-hmm.
So it affects individuals a little differently. And by talking about them on that higher level, we're giving us all permission to say, you know, what are some of the juicy ideas that start to come? It's like, oh, I could totally use that. Because in the cyclical nature of storytelling, we are doing group narration where we encourage our characters to fail a little bit.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
If you always succeed, there's no conflict. If there's no
Correct.
conflict, there's no story.
Yeah. And so the nice thing about, so what other games do is they lean on the dice real hard.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, I'm looking up a quote that I want to read on air. And as such, especially like the D20 system, you get what I call bipolar dice.
Mm-hmm.
So when you're going to make a choice in a role-playing game, especially if this is a game that has numbers, I'm going to say you're going to do this thing and you're going to sweat a little and you're going to look at a skill and you're going to say, okay, I have an 18 and that's a big number in this game, right? You know, if we're playing a different system, 18 might be a small number, but no, 18's good. And you're like, okay, I'm going to do this. And 18 says, I'm probably good at it. So as such, I know my character is good at this. Of course, I'm going to take the risk. And now with the dice being bipolar, the dice might say you're a liar and an idiot for trying because this number is contrary to what you thought it could be.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not really good for the story.
Yeah, if your character can't know their own skill set and know what they're capable of, it's
Correct.
hard to know what they're going to do unless you build in a randomizer into the character inherently.
Yeah. And I think that when that part of the social contract is revealed, then you can decide, you know, what are we playing? Are we playing something with a lot of randomization to it and chaos built in, or not? The way that the math on those fate dice work, they trend towards 0 by themselves. So without considering anything on your character sheet, this little generator in your hand trends towards 0. It says it really doesn't matter. It says, look at your character sheet, and if you've got a 5, which is a big number in this game, you know you're like a little demigod. You got this. So, and then if you don't, let's talk about dramatic reasons why you fail.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And
Usually the reasons why a character fails is more interesting I can't say words. As to why they succeed.
And then the last thing that I like is a holdover from a game that I once played called Deadlands. But Fate has bennies or tokens or chits that you keep in a pool, and when you're about to enter into a conflict, if you roll poorly, you can kind of have, if I was narrating this or cinematographically, if it was a movie,
Yes. I know what you mean.
then there'd be a little record scratch right when you roll. And it would be like, all right, let's pause and see what happens. And when you roll, if it fails, if the number that you roll, which to tell you the extremes, it can only be +4 or -4, the way that comes out. But it trends towards 0. So the other thing I'm talking about in this is by having a positive and negative, you have an oscillation between poles that, again, trends towards nothing. It's kind of like, you know, the rules are made up and the points don't matter. So in this, then you can say, well, wait a minute. We know that I wouldn't fail at this. And we have things that describe our characters in Fate called aspects. And an aspect is a thing about our character that we know to be true. And you get to spend a fate point, and this lets you do 2 things. You can have a +2 to your roll if the math just wasn't helpful, or you can re-roll entirely.
Okay.
And the other soft, nice thing about this is you don't have to spend a fate point before you roll. There's no BS thing. It's not really a gamble. It's really just a thing to say, no, fate is on my side tonight, and I don't suck at this role. Now, it is expected that you're going to run out of these fate chips quickly. You don't have a lot of them. And in fact, in this new game that I'm doing, I'm making them, instead of you have a whole pool of them, the gang that you play in this post-apocalyptic world has their own. And so the whole gang has a collective pool, which is not much more than you would have if you had your individual pools. And so if you're constantly leaning on the fate pool, you might make the characters around you a little less cool because you were greedy. And I just want that dynamic out on the table, because inter-gang squabbling, inter-member squabbling can be a little bit fun.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't like real politics at all, but I really do. But I love politics in stories.
No, I completely understand.
I'm the nerd who loves bureaucracy in stories. It's like I didn't give a crap about Harry Potter. I wanted to know everything about the Ministry of Magic. What are the adults up to with all this weirdness going on?
Yes. You see, real life isn't as much fun because you have to deal with it, but
Yeah.
you have the privilege of being able to walk away in the story, therefore you can just like get fully immersed in it and you don't have to worry about it.
More importantly, how does wizard bureaucracy make other wizards' day miserable but not mine? Because I'm not dealing with those problems. And it's like, oh no, we're just wizards and we're cool and we hang out. No, it couldn't have been that. No, you had to go and make rules with this magic, didn't you? That'll be a £20 fine for, saying this hex backwards wrongly, or,
Yeah.
how totalitarian is it?
Oh, who knows? But rules are important because they give you a sense of grounding.
For sure. Yeah, they let you know what's possible.
If there are no rules, how can you know what's going to happen?
Yeah, it's
Can
also...
anything happen?
Can you really be a rebel in a system with no rules?
Can you?
I don't know. I mean, you can have a lot of fun regardless, but are you really a rebel? Like, oh, he said the forbidden thing. Like, this, kind of like that F and S word thing. Like, as I grow up, I realized that there are no bad words. Like,
Only words which have been given the context that they are bad.
Yeah, more importantly, I think that any word, especially curse words, can be a curse if you fling them with hate.
Any word can be a curse if you fling them with hate.
And I rarely ever fling a word with hate. In fact, my wife and I, we were talking about the words, the big one, GD, and we grew up Christian. And I said, oh no, I never took it that way. I always meant it as an intercession. Like, I hate this thing so much, I wish God would come down and deal with it for me. Like, God, please damn that thing. And I've never said that in anger at another person, because you don't want bad stuff happening, right?
Yeah, that's understandable.
Yeah. Normally when I break something beyond repair, I'm just done. Like, just take this burden from me. Yeah. Serenity
Give it to the
now.
heavens.
Right? Exactly. I can't do nothing with it. Maybe you can, big guy.
Make it work, please.
Oh. Talking about art, I wish there was a quick way. Well, I can link this to you, right? I wish there was a quick way to show you this picture, because I'm really liking this style now. So I have it on my stream, but I'm going to link it to you in, I guess, the common room, if you don't mind.
Oh, I don't mind.
We're almost coming up on an hour. We don't have any viewers, but that's never what this is about. This is saying, hey, we were here tonight. We're blessed to even be sending a signal, even if we don't get received. So we're also joined by the lovely Pepper as my first guest ever. And we're talking about storytelling, a little bit of role-playing, and as you can see right now, some art. So, yeah. I'm going to take a quick break to get some water. And
it's lovely.
When I get back, we'll talk more about art and maybe travel. Do you mind talking about, have you been around the world much? Have you been outside of your hometown, Pepper?
No.
Oh.
Oh, of course. I've been outside my hometown, but I have in no way been around the world.
All right. I'll be right back, folks. That was Deep Haze by Kevin MacLeod. MacLeod. I hope you like this music. It alternates between kind of slow and mellow, and then kind of upbeat and get shit done. So we all need that, right? I was going to do a whole stream on how to code a website, but my development environment does not like to play well with OBS. Which I guess is just as well, because some of these bullshit streams I can do a little off the cuff, but, you know, showing friends how to make a website from scratch, it's not undoable. It just requires a lot more planning. Like, I better have my crap together the day I try and do that. It's very technical, so people will... I won't be able to just fly around like... It's like what if you could bug Bob Ross while he's working. That would actually yank him out of the zen, I'm sure. Are we still joined by Miss Pepper?
Yes, you are.
All right. Let's talk about that. This is Into the Night with Incomitatum, storytelling, Endworld, and art. I shared this image with you, Pepper, and I had an idea. Would you mind spawning a draw pile for us? Because I don't really know how to do that yet.
Let's see if I can.
I have some things I want to write/draw, but it would also be nice if, you know, it was interactive together.
Okay, looks like I can.
And I'm trying to kill my drawing things that are just eating up RAM. Photoshop and Illustrator. Nice.
Let me send this to you.
I was going to say, let's get a little bit of a code going on. I'm going to throw up the Be Right Back screen while I log in.
Okay.
That way I hide those credentials.
No one can know.
Right. Never. Oh.
Let me make that a more manageable size.
Beep, boop, beep, 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 boop, beep. Do you have the option of doing inches? Like, I don't even know what you see.
I don't believe so.
Okay. I've been drawing on 11 by 17 paper in Photoshop. Paper with air quotes.
I know what you mean.
Session. Join.
Watch me have accidentally typed the password incorrect. I'm just that good.
I outsmarted even myself.
Can you join?
I am logging in. I'm waiting to be prompted for a password.
Okay.
It's hanging long enough that I'm going to try one more time. Join. All of that. And say this is the password.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
There we go.
Yay, I'm in. All right.
Slide right in.
Let's come back from the Be Right Back screen.
Welcome to my far too large canvas.
And my scene transition looks like drippy chocolate, so it's fun. Hey guys, come on back. Here we are. And then I have my studio puppers as my be right back.
Oh,
Most of the time I take a break, it's because he needs tending too, so.
oh, precious dog.
Yeah.
I love peppers.
He is my sister's pet, but I spend more time because I'm kind of caged here in the studio. He's slowly becoming my familiar, whether I want that or not.
As always, feel free to add and remove layers.
Yeah.
So I'm going to lock the background layer for all our sakes.
Do you mind making that 50% gray that doesn't burn
Oh,
all
no
of our
problem.
eyes? Because,
No problem.
yeah.
Oh. Watch me mess up everything on my canvas, on my side, very quickly.
Did you and I talk about the fact that we're now in November and this is NaNoWriMo season? Do you do much writing on yourself, on your own?
Oh, I think you mentioned it, but I do not.
I only bring it up because, see, I'm that a-hole that I'm always talking about how to construct good stories, but I'm never writing anything down because it's constant.
Oh, yes.
That's my, going through that wheel of pain is my rep. That's my push-up. So, I'm always wanting people to actually learn how to power up and spool up the warp drive on their spaceship of the imagination.
Oh, believe me, I
Yeah.
I always have some sort of thing going.
Like I was telling another friend tonight that they're like, well, you know, what you're talking about is kind of formulaic, and I'm like, dude, here's my bullshit assertion. The story that you write with the formula is better than the story you never got off your ass to write.
Yeah.
Right? It's like, okay, now write some shit a few times with a bit of a formula, and now that you can take the training wheels off, go on your own and break the formula.
Yes.
My wonderful art teacher, she taught me two big lessons. First of all, she said, hey, there's a difference, in oddly paraphrasing, she made me understand that there's a difference between breaking the rules and being ignorant of them. Like, she wanted to teach us proper anatomy when we make monsters and creatures and stuff, because she said, it's more odd to be able to say this thing has a fifth arm and, you know, graft it on with real muscles and make that realistic, than say, well, I just didn't know any better, so I drew it this way. But
Yeah.
the other thing she said is when you get stuck, remember that art is the shape of one thing with the skin of another.
No, that's a way to look at it.
And yeah.
But yes, when it comes to writing things, let me see. Carl Jung, I think. But there's a bunch of character archetypes. And every story is basically the same. Few basic stories just reskinned.
Yeah.
Nothing's original.
Mm-hmm.
It's just how you mash it together.
Yeah, I'm trying to take out the verbiage of the notion. I've been leaning on the crutch because it's how I learned it. It was, I think I talked to you about Save the Cat just a little bit.
Yes,
But,
you have.
Yeah, and so I'm trying to paraphrase that better without even speaking of that horrendous text. Basically saying that you just need to start, your character needs to start from a place of comfort.
Oh, I'm trying to think of some famous example of that, and I am failing at the moment.
This is one of my favorite arts. I don't know if Drawpile let you see this or not.
You can copy in any pictures if you want to.
Nice.
Go to...
Are you seeing this yet?
No, not yet.
On the Drawpile?
No.
Oh, it's... I Control V'd it right onto the foreground.
Yeah.
Oh, it says not connected.
Oh no, you have disconnected.
All right.
It happens every now and again.
The plot keeps going on. Is that you, Pepper Quinn?
Yes. Yes, I am Pepper Quinn.
Could not connect to server. Let me do that one more time better.
Oh, I gotta kick you. Give me a real quick sec.
Oh, okay.
You had a ghost.
A ghost. What is this
A
ghost
ghost.
about? Yeah, because I wasn't seeing that you were... Thank you for turning the background gray. Here's my awful art I made one time.
Just join back into the server.
There we go. Oh, now I'm not. Technical
This is very
difficulties,
strange.
huh? Maybe it's kicking me every time I try to paste this picture in.
It could be it's too large of a file.
Okay. Can you kick out my ghost and I will not share it? I mean,
You
everyone
never
playing.
joined. You've not joined back in.
We are having divergent realities, friend.
Oh no.
Yeah.
This is
All right. Join Synthetic Dreams. Pepper Quinn.
Oh, I think you're going to the wrong one because I think I'm hosting too.
Okay. All right. We'll
Yeah,
get
it's
this
the
figured out.
Yes. Alternatively, you can take the link I sent to you in your messages and post that in instead of Synthetic Dreams.
Oh, okay. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
And then your
Yes.
password is not a difficult one, so it should
No.
not be giving me issues.
Yes.
We're gonna go back to the Be Right Back screen for everyone else playing the home game, because, yeah, it's just that kind of, that's the kind of fun we're having right now. That's cool.
Yes. The other ones, I am in role plays with other people in terms of drawing, and that's what the other board is. There we go.
Catching
Welcome.
up. Should I
Sure.
even try? I won't even try and paste it. I'll just send you a link to this awfulness.
Oh, please. And it's not going to be awful.
So before the last break and that beautiful picture that was up, what I liked about that was the thin line art and kind of like the big splashes of hard edged colors. Very limited palette too. You saw that in the common room, right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. I'm appreciating that style more and more.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Have you ever done much not live journaling? I've been doing that more and more. Well, I guess I could ask, were you around during the time of live journal?
No.
Okay.
No, I was not.
The olden times. But
I was not blessed to be.
have you ever done much bullet journaling? Have you heard of that?
You just write down it comes.
There's a little bit of a hobo scratch to how you put certain icons next to tasks and migrate them. Again, kind of like through a wheel. So you plan on a big scale. What do I want to get done this month? Drill down. How do you pepper that amongst the weeks? And then, did you get it done? And this is kind of how it's a migrating journal. But the other thing is it plays on memetics in that way that it says that we remember things better when we write them, physically write them.
Oh, yes. I understand the concept.
Here we come back. I love that transition. It's just so liquid. Let's pour into the new scene. I'm trying to get you this link. And this music is too reverent for what we're about to do. But
And if you don't want to switch screens, you can type here. See? Hi.
I can type in draw pile?
Yes.
Oh no.
Yeah, there's a chat down there.
Somehow, I guess for every time I tried to log in, I have a draw pile open. How did that happen?
Oh yes. Every time you do that, it tries to open a new one.
Which
It's strange.
Which one am I really in?
The one which says host syntheticdreams.net at the bottom. All the other ones will say not connected. Or have to
Okay. Not connected. Let me kill these. Discard, please. And you too as well. Not connected. And so now, and I know that I hid something earlier. I hid a navigator dock. Nope. I hid I'm missing the thing down at the bottom. Oh, chat. It's just called chat. Here we go.
Yes.
Let's see if that works.
There we go.
The
Yes,
shape
there
of
we
one thing with the skin of another. Also, I like to call this cognitive dissonance. This is the closest I could do. Also, I don't really like Garfield, which I think is a sin in the Wobbly Python community. but this is the closest thing I have in tribute to it. So it's like, well, it's the shape of Garfield with the skin of Charlie Brown in front of the yeah, the name Felix the cat. That's the Simpsons house in the background. I did redraw it, but yeah, it's like none of this makes any sense. Something
It makes me feel uncomfortable, and the question is why.
Are
Analyze.
you much of a Disney fan, if at all?
Yes, I do. I do admire the movies produced by Disney, at least most of the animated ones.
Yeah. What was your favorite animated? And I'll even go because I'm into the politics of Disney, but even computer animated Disney. And you can also confuse Disney with Pixar. That's okay in this conversation.
Oh, that's a hard question. You know, I've always been a fan of, the movies which were made like right after Walt's death until the Renaissance. I've always liked those. I really like 101 Dalmatians.
Really? Okay.
It's a really odd one to pick.
So here, let me tell you how I feel to bias your answer totally. I'm not a fan of the fact that they're doing these live action things.
Oh no, I'm not a fan of it either.
And while I rebuked the thing, my sister then went and saw Beauty and the Beast, and she said, yeah, it really was trying to be like the cartoon so much that it was a waste of my time. I'm like, oh, that's an interesting way to put that too. So
it's a reskin of something which doesn't need a reskin. There's no reason to adapt something if you're not going to adapt it differently or going to try and add anything to it. Because reboots are not inherently a bad thing.
Yeah.
It's just whether or not you do something with it. If you have a story to tell the story. But if it's a blatant cash grab, like you're doing it just because it's going to make money because it's a well-known property, it's not going to come out well.
If it meanders in the exact same way and ends up in the exact same spot and we don't learn anything new and it was really just, hey, we did it because, cash grab and we wanted to see it with lots of CG, it's like, why are we here again?
Exactly.
All my music just died because somehow my video file of my dog ended up in the queue, and then after it was done playing, it closed. So I'm reloading all that.
Oh no.
In all of my irreverence, I said that if they do a Lady and the Tramp movie, then it needs to be two dogs fucking in an alley while savagely eating a bowl of thrown out spaghetti and two Italian dudes
eating
watching.
Spaghetti.
Yep. And two Italian dudes
Beautiful.
are watching it on their break. Being like, hey, it's this dog's birthday. Here, dog. Like,
I actually like Lady and the Tramp.
I rather enjoy it too, but in moving into the real life and into the live action arena, that's what it's got to be, right? Like,
you can't do it live action. There's no point in doing it. The entire point is it's animated intentionally, so you don't see any of the humans' faces.
Yeah, that's
because
right? That's
you're not supposed to.
The humans are
because
really
it's
just big
done
ideas.
It's done from the point of view of a dog.
I've always been.
Humans aren't important in the story in and of itself.
I'm always fascinated, as I have a weird relationship with my little puppers, and the fact that I know that he is codependent on me. I like the humans as pets trope. Mm-hmm. There was a song in the 80s, 90s. The chorus was "We'll make great pets," and it basically is aliens come down, and then we're the ones that they choose to sort into the good hat. We get to lounge around, and it's a kind of utopia. Without bringing up the big nasty ideas of like trading freedom for security, we're not having that discussion right now.
Not today.
Right, not right now. It's off the table.
We'll have this in a different philosophy class.
Can we spell words?
That's always a question.
I like. Oh yeah. And we'll restart the music machine. You're here. I have a friend tonight. Pepper, can you give us a number between 1 and 21?
Would you like a random number generated?
Nope, I want a pepper number generated.
17.
Nice. This is pretty chill. Okay.
What are we doing?
So this is a fun little story exercise I like. I've broken it down for the local neighborhood kids in this way as well. Trying to extrapolate the things. I'm trying to take the wrappers off the ideas that I've got so that I can repackage them into other ideas without using those terms. So this is kind of like an ads and bands, real quick way to build a fiction. Oh wow, holding shift does not give you straight lines, unlike in Photoshop. So
Oh, if you want a straight line, there's a line tool. There's a
line
brush,
tool.
an eraser, and then just click line.
Line tool, things I like.
There we go.
Yeah. Do you have prettier handwriting than me? You probably do, right?
If you can read it.
Yeah, let's try it. Didn't you say that you are an academic? Are you a doctor or a scientist?
I am a majoring in biology.
Does that give you awful doctor script as a result? See, that's an assumption.
Yes.
Yeah, see, it's like, here's an assumption I can make. I've learned that some of you humans are called doctors, and that makes your handwriting bad.
Oh no. Here. Let me write. Let me get a bigger pen though. And readjust that because it's wonky.
Oh yeah, I was also way zoomed out. So it's like, hey, here, you have some of the most pixelated, scratchy. And why is your
Yes.
brush all beautiful and blobby, and mine is all looks like the pencil tool?
I have it. I have it set. I have it set differently.
Because reasons? Yeah, you do. That's literally the right answer, isn't it?
Yes.
Is this better? Some. Definitely not as pixelated.
Yes.
All right.
Mess with the hardness. That will do it for you.
Nice. Yeah, that took the edge. Literally took the edge off. So,
Exactly. I have my hardness set to 85.
I bet that you fly around this environment a little more confidently than I do. Do you mind nuking all that? And I will try again.
Can do. Farewell.
I also need to be above the fold for my viewers because I have a beautiful little interactive thing that has my... I haven't come up with a word for what I'm using. This elemental chart. So, things we like.
Mm-hmm.
And
What
then,
do we like?
And then we're going to have another category. And real quick. This is the homework I gave some of the neighbor kids recently. I'll see what their what it looks like after the break. Or, after the weekend. Characters.
Mm-hmm.
And places. And we're going to say that character has two things: an attitude and a profession.
Mm-hmm.
Profession. So, but let's start way up here and ask ourselves, especially knowing that we want to tell a little bit of a collective story, what are things we like? Real big things too. I mean, let's dream big. There's literally nothing, so let's make something out of the things we like.
Okay. What concepts are we playing with?
Yeah, we can even nail it down by big words like genre.
Ooh. We're getting fancy up in here.
Yeah, genre. Yeah, and for the uninitiated, let's have some fun with that. Define Genre. Now, Pepper and I probably know what genre means, but for those playing the home game, genre is a category of artistic composition, as in music or literature, characterized by similarities in form, style, or subject matter. And really, in a story, they allow us to make a lot of assumptions. Earlier, I was talking about the new Sabrina being very much dramatic. Because I actually am anti. The one genre that I hate the most, hate's too strong of a word, that I'm disinterested in is a sitcom. And we were saying, well, yeah, the old Sabrina was a sitcom complete with a laugh track. And I'm like, that's right. A laugh track is a trope of a sitcom. That's part of the genre, right? So, as a big idea, a genre helps us steer our imagination into another bucket of assumptions. What kind of genres do you like? If we're going to tell
Oh dear.
a short story. Yeah.
Short story. Well, honestly, I find all genres have their ups and downs, and there's a lot of fun things you can do with them. But you have to understand them first. You know, I've always been a fan of mysteries.
Mystery. Now, we've just thrown, we're kind of locking in the beautiful stargate of our imagination. Is the MAC address, the galactic neighborhood of mystery, is that, do you in your mind see that near noir? Are they the same thing, or are they just weird cousins? Do you like a murder mystery? Do you like a spooky house mystery?
Overlapping forms.
What does mystery mean to you? What do we have to have for it to be a mystery?
Well, you need an unknown, which needs to be solved for.
Oh, okay. I like this. So,
You start off with a situation. The reader doesn't know what's going on, but throughout the story, the reader gains information, and by the end, they should be able to make a logical deduction as to what the solution is. And the climax is, of course, when the characters themselves, through the text, say what the solution is. And that way, a lot of things can be mysteries. Even like sci-fi concepts can be mysteries. But that's not usually what you say when you think of the genre of mystery.
no, I really like it because it also means that our characters themselves are meant to be inquisitive, right? Because we don't want to necessarily put the reader in a situation where the reader has the answer to the mystery but is essentially yelling at the TV, no, you idiot, this is the answer. But your characters are not inquisitive, or they're not smart enough to get it, but your audience might be, right?
That's why you have a detective.
Yeah, no, definitely, right. Pepper, you touch on something that characters really can and even sometimes should be broken into their professions, because we're going to use those as specific chess pieces to move through the narrative. The most famous being the incredibly ignorant character that everyone has to say aloud how the world works because they are the viewer, right?
Point of view. Well,
Yeah, no, I think you're right about that.
audience point of view.
Okay.
No? That's still not the right term. I can't think of what it is.
I know you're close enough. Yeah.
You understand. You understand where I'm going.
We like mystery, and that gives us inquisitiveness and characters actually solving the thing. Is there anything you want to add to that as a third little facet or gem of what mystery means? Or do you feel that that's well defined enough?
Well, I like to keep things broad in this sense because genres themselves are very broad and sort of nebulous.
Indeed. And I'm about to unnebulize that by, is that a word? You know, I think that once you have two things on the board, then you have to draw a correlation. So, yeah.
We could always throw in a different genre, mash things together.
Yeah, I asked you that if you like mystery. I want to go somewhere that I had a lot of fun with in the past, but I haven't gone in a while. And it is in the zeitgeist with Red Dead Redemption 2. I'm going to say Western.
Oh, I was actually thinking Western too.
Wonderful. I'm so happy to hear that.
Oh, yes.
Western. What does a Western mean? And so I'm going to break this again. I'm going to have some nice, fun graphics of maybe a chibi something smashing a gem in the future. But I
Mm-hmm.
always want to take these big ideas and smash them into 2 to 3 other ideas. And so
Mm-hmm.
Westerns, I think I'm going to say Gold Rush.
Mm-hmm.
And
Westerns are interesting because it's something which is very much defined by its place in time. I always find them very interesting. They've gone out of style, meaning that you don't see a lot of them anymore. And I think it's very interesting.
so here's how I want to define Western for us. Oh, and the overarching exercise is one that I think that you and I can come together on.
Oh, definitely.
I often use the large question, Pepper. What is an elf?
What is an elf?
What is an elf? And so that's the same conversation we're having. What is a Western?
Mm-hmm.
Because when I say elf and I'm talking about my fiction, I could be talking about a Tolkien elf that lives, as an ancient
Mm-hmm.
being. I could be talking about a Santa elf or a Keebler elf. So
Mm-hmm.
it isn't until we come together and you and I talk out what we mean when we say certain
Mm-hmm.
things that we even define it better. And so for me, tonight, I want a Western to be 3 of these big ideas: the gold rush. So people are here because the new thing was discovered. I don't even care if that's not gold. It could be
Mm-hmm.
Candy Mountain. I don't care. The frontier. So, there's a little bit of a hard scrabble living as we
Mm-hmm.
make our house out here in the middle of nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
And we could have gone with the Wild West, but, that's self referential in my opinion. So
Mm-hmm.
I like the idea that, instead of actually leaning on the outlaw nature, it just is word is bond. A man's word is the only law out here. We don't, we hung a man for lying one too many times the other day. Kind of,
Mm-hmm.
that's the only law. A firm handshake.
Mm-hmm.
So, what do you think about in relation to the words I've said, and or what you think of when you think of Western?
Well, I think you have it pretty much. That's a very good way to look at it. Because what defines a Western besides outside as a genre is pretty unique. Uh,
Yeah,
see.
my wife and I were talking tonight that movies have the fun of being able to lean into their genre with music.
Mm-hmm.
So in the 90s, a lot of 90s stories, especially in cinema, happened in the Northwest because grunge music was popular.
Ah.
And so not only do we say that's popular and we want to put that in our movie at this place and time, but to lean into that, we're going to set our movies in this location because this location is defined by the music as well. So, if I were smart, or if we continue this series, I will have some Creative Commons Western music in the future.
Hmm.
uh,
I'd say grit and down to earth because have you? How
grit.
common is it to see
Grit.
a Western which doesn't emphasize the very raw nature of
And I'm going to make that a side
the.
real term to what I said about the frontier, because I think that
Mhm.
grit is a wonderful word for that.
Yeah.
Hard
And even when you
scrabble.
think about it, the movies you see always have sort of a grain to them of sort of feeling.
They do, don't they?
Mm-hmm. What
All
else is
right. Will you do us the honor of maybe making this connection, this connective tissue, and give us one more big idea? How do we wrangle this down one more peg?
Ghost Town?
Ghost Town. We like ghost towns. Yeah.
How'd we get here?
So, what are some ideas you think of when we think of Ghost Town?
Abandoned city? What happened? Well, not so much city. It's not big enough to be a city.
You can say abandoned buildings, though.
Settlement?
The point is, someone very much like ourselves was here and now they're not.
Mm-hmm. So,
So maybe the time before, like
mm-hmm.
literally, if you plot this thing on a timeline, there was then, and now there is now, and now is a place where there are little to no people.
You're trying to deconstruct the events.
Yeah. One of the things that I think about when I think of Ghost Town is the story is in the scenery.
Mm-hmm. Because if there's nobody there to interview or talk to,
Right.
all you have are your wits and what you can find around you to be able to tell a story.
The other fun thing about that is when you do finally encounter a character and it's like, I've been here this whole time. It's like, tell me what happened. I don't know. You tell me. Like, listen, we've been here for 3 months excavating and you've been here. Oh, yeah, I'm the guy who blew up the first generator. Like, you need to get out of here. Like, you can take that all these different places, but it's like, hey, crazy dude, why were you here? What new information can you give us? They only eat metal. What? Like, peace
What's
out.
going on here?
Peace out, bitches. I've said all I can. If I say any more, I'll ruin the mystery.
Ah, yes, can't spoil that mystery. That would be anticlimactic.
So I have an assertion about stories, and you can tell me if you can go along with this or not, or correct my fallible thinking. I think that the scene is the smallest thing. Can we tell a story and go smaller than a scene? Now,
Can you do a story smaller than a scene?
yeah, and I don't want to get into poetry or haiku territory. Like, normally a story at least has to give you a sense of where it is set, and then within the scene, here's what a scene is to me. I can write this in the margins because I have a little more room.
Yes.
So I think over here I'm going to say a scene is a few things. A scene is a place. It's this is hard. I'm going to say for story purposes it's at least 2 characters.
2 characters.
We can get esoteric and say, well, a man can have a scene by himself where he's just having a think or working through some stuff. Yes, that's true. We're not doing that.
There's a back and forth.
Yeah. And a conflict. Now, conflicts are physical, mental, or social.
Mm-hmm.
And they're really about a need.
Mm-hmm.
I need something. And you can help me, or your needs can be counter to mine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And out of the 2 characters, the other thing I'll say is one of them commonly, though this is not a hard and fast rule, is the curator of the place. That is to say, if I'm in a shop, it might have a shopkeeper. Mm-hmm. If I'm in an abandoned factory, it might have well, whose scene is this? It might be a factory worker or a gang leader, or, who do you find there simply by going to the place? So, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, does all that make sense? Do you wish to interject or add to that? Change those rules in some way?
I've always found that based on all of these, a scene also has an emotion that you take away based on them.
So I've been using the word attitude for characters and vibe for scene. But yes.
Mm.
And you're very right.
I meant more like a takeaway that you get from the scene.
Oh, okay.
Like at the end of something, you should come away with an emotion.
That is interesting. So a scene not only has a feeling, but it should make you feel a certain way.
It no necessarily should, but in an ideal world, it gives an impression. It leaves something with you.
The one other thing I was going to say that is kind of a hard and fast rule, especially if you're going to do story plotting or NaNoWriMo,
Mm-hmm.
a scene it should only exist if it gives us new information.
Mm-hmm.
And I like that constraint because it's real easy to justify. Normally,
Chekhov's gun.
can you tell us more about that? I think I know what you're talking about, but let's assume I'm ignorant.
If you put a gun on the wall, if you mention there's a gun on the wall in the first act, that gun needs to be discharged at some point of time.
I see
Don't
what you're
introduce
saying.
information which isn't going to be used.
Yeah, more importantly, I think that when you step back from your board, like you're making a movie or you're plotting a thing, your crazy person board with all the the string connecting things.
Mm-hmm.
If an item up on there, and we're going to say that the only item that really should be up there is a scene, which contains all of these things to be filled out. If this were a worksheet,
Mm-hmm.
if you go, well, this scene has to happen before that one and this one, you might be getting mired in the, well, let's not worry about where you put it or even what happens. What do we learn?
Mm-hmm.
You know, well, I learned that I'm sad because something else. Okay. I mean, you always have to say, well, do we even get that there's a gun? Is there any new information, or is this just a duplicate thing where we're getting some information we already even had? I get it. I don't need 3 scenes about that he's a mopey dude until his package arrives, right? Whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So no matter how small the nugget is, there's got to be something new in there.
Yeah, you gotta give something.
So you, with Chekhov's gun, led me down another. So I told you, I said, what is an elf, right? That was a little fun mind experiment that we haven't even answered. I don't know that elves are part of this mystery necessarily. But
Oh, it's my internet. I'm sorry. What did you say?
oh, I was saying earlier we discussed what is an elf.
Mm-hmm. What is an elf?
And I don't know that it necessarily needs to be answered for our story.
Mm-hmm.
But I have another fun little mind experiment that I want to take you down that I normally do with groups.
Okay, where are we going?
All right.
Where are we going?
So I'm going to say this to you.
Uh-huh.
You're walking through a clearing when all of a sudden you see a house.
A house.
Now, what I love about this, especially pointing it out to kids who don't understand the power of storytelling, you just saw a house in your brain, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
Now, I recently learned last year that there is a subset of the population that literally has no imagination. They cannot form pictures in their minds. I was appalled when I heard this. But for most people, and I guess we've decided you're not one of those, you saw a house in your mind, right?
Correct.
Can you tell me 3 things about that house that you saw?
Yes, I can. This is actually very specific.
And almost always is.
Mm-hmm. Oddly enough, it wasn't a generic house. Based on what we just put down, it was specifically a log cabin.
Okay, we know it's a log cabin. What else do you want to tell me?
Let me see.
And this is like Chekhov's gun, but not. And I'll explain to the viewer at home how and why I love this so much.
It was built during the pioneer days.
So what can we say that is old?
Mm-hmm.
Like, okay. What else do you want to tell us about this house? This log cabin that is old.
Something happened in it.
And something happened in it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so my sentence was you were walking. I think I said yeah. You were walking through a field or a clearing
Mm-hmm.
when you see a house. So what can you say we see when we look at just the house that can tell something happened? What about the house tells us that something happened when you
It's
see it?
disheveled.
Do we get a sense that that something is recent?
No,
Okay,
it's been
but
abandoned for a long time.
but something happened.
Something happened
But
in it.
something happened. This is fun and still nebulous. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a lot of people they're like, "Oh, I could tell you exactly what that house looks like. It's my childhood home. It had a blue shingle roof and green shutters and sunflowers in the lawn." It's like, "Okay, those are three things you just said which painted that picture." And normally they resolve the picture more and more
Mm-hmm.
by giving us these high-level aspects of what are we talking about? Facets. As I look through this,
Mm-hmm.
my crystal is not a ball. It is this misshapen jewel, and as I turn it
Mm.
and see the different facets, I'm going to look at that house from different point of views and different
A
hues.
kaleidoscope.
That is a wonderful term.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
A three-dimensional kaleidoscope.
So,
Four-dimensional in some cases.
so we're talking about storytelling,
Mm-hmm.
and we're talking about we've decided things we like are mystery, western, ghost towns.
Mm-hmm.
In this play, as you and I are about to disembark our spaceship of the imagination and go amongst this, what are some of the characters we're going to run into? And I'm saying that a character at its basis level is an attitude and a profession. We might could even give him a name, but it's normally separated by a colon. Greg,
Yes.
the attitude profession. Okay.
Yes. Let's see.
Oh, it's the bonus round. This is the happy upbeat music. Like,
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
yeah.
Exciting.
We're all excited because the music said so.
Tired traveler.
Tired traveler. Whoa, it's a big blobby drop brush.
Oh, no. No, it's too thin.
Tired traveler. Golly, my writing's not the best, but it's not so bad. All right. Tired traveler. Tired traveler. That's fun. I'm going to say the opposite of that. I'm going to say curt. It's very blunt and plain.
Mm-hmm.
Inquisitor.
Mm.
Complete my cues. Inquisitor. Meh. Because we said that we want this to be a mystery with inquisitive
Mm-hmm.
characters, and well, I want to
Mm-hmm.
check that box real quick by getting someone who's going to be inquisitive.
Mm-hmm.
It's another character you can think of.
Yeah. Broken widow.
That's awful and great. Broken as an attitude. Broken widow. That's awful. And
Well,
you're and you're
we have
doing
to.
the thing that I love, which is we're allowed to be masochistic to our characters. Obviously, the moment she was spawned, she was given a horrible life because we used the word broken. This is great.
Yes.
Sorry,
Well,
you,
not everything can be happy.
right? Sorry, you exist to show us.
Hey, we can only go uphill from here.
That's right.
Let's see.
I want to say spunky.
Spunky's a great word. It's not used enough.
Spunky. Greenhorn is too on the nose because I don't actually want it to have to do with cows necessarily. I want him to be a foil to the Inquisitor. It's like his first day on the job.
Upstart?
Yeah. Not necessarily a recruit.
Private.
Private.
As in military.
Yeah, you have done a thing. With this capital P private, we have assumed a lot of rigid order and structure.
Mm-hmm.
Like, where is your salute, private? Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Like, just...
Okay, who else can we pull in? Who else?
Yeah, your turn.
Make this story. Let's see. I feel like it's cliche.
Oh, we don't mind cliches around here.
You gotta be cliche. You have to have an old-timey guy, right? Old-timer.
Yeah, now the only thing that I might counsel against that is, do you see facets of the old-timer in the Tired Traveler or the Broken Widow? Or is there something about this old-timer that he's... You know, the dude who's like just chiseled out of stone and he's not tired or broken? He's like that one old man who's made out of fucking snake skin and vinegar, and it's just like,
yeah,
I'm
it's
older,
gotta be that.
I'm older than shit, but I wrestled 3 bears for breakfast. Like, that's my favorite part. So I'm reading this excellent book called, I think it's called Shattered Teeth. That might not be true. Anyway, it has a very 90s vibe. It feels like the Lost Boys, but about werewolves. And do you jive with the Lost Boys at all?
Lost Boys. As in Peter Pan?
No. With Kiefer Sutherland and vampires and big hair in the 80s and the movie
No,
Lost
I'm not
Boys.
familiar with it.
So the movie Lost Boys has not 80s, 90s vampire shenanigans, rocker punk vampires, right? And at the end, the last line, the grandpa, who has kind of been bumbling around and you think he's an idiot, but he saves the day by driving his truck through his own house and he's got all this taxidermy shit lying around, and he spears the head vampire with this set of antlers. And he casually gets out of his car and pours himself some milk. You know, like he walks through the front of his broken house and he says, "You know, I don't mind this town if it wasn't for all the damn
like every
vampires."
Word, and it was amazing.
Oh, I'm so sorry. So catch me up. What did the stream allow you to hear?
I keep on cutting out and hearing every 7th word, and I heard taxidermy vampire.
Right, okay.
And some other brilliant things.
Yeah.
It sounded like a ride.
So the long and short of it is, this mom with 2 boys has gotten out of her marriage, goes to live with her dad in this small coastal Californian town, and then 90s punk rock vampire shenanigans happen to the boys. We also get the 2 Coreys as the Frog Brothers, and they're these teenage vampire hunters.
Oh, brilliant.
Yeah, and so all of their dogma and their lore is found in comic books. It's like, well, this is sure to work. Well, this is sure to work. Well, issue 77 says that this is true. It's like, okay.
Okay.
But then, so the movie ends. I'm going to spoil it for you because it's my favorite thing. We were talking about the old-timer. The audience has seen the vampire shenanigans, but we are led to believe that the mom and the grandpa don't know anything about this. And when the grandpa saves the day by driving basically his truck through his own house, and all that taxidermy shit goes everywhere and impales the head vampire on this massive set of antlers. And then the grandpa gets out, kind of walks through the rubble like nothing happened, goes to the fridge, pours himself a glass of milk, and everything is just wrecked. It was wrecked before. Like, to give you context, one of the other lesser vampires, not even the head vampire, is killed with holy water in the upstairs bathroom by 3 teenagers wrestling him into the tub.
Mm-hmm.
When he dies, all of the pipes in the whole house erupt with blood. Like it's over the
Oh.
top gore, just for the sake of the 90s. And
Oh, what a time.
totally deadpan, the grandpa says after he pours himself this milk, he says, I wouldn't mind this town if it weren't for all the goddamn vampires. It's like, oh shit, he's been on it the whole time. He's like, yeah, grandpa knows what's up.
Yes.
So yeah, we were saying something about the old timer. What attitude would you give him to say that he's not, the broken and tired one?
No, he's not the broken and tired one. Experience doesn't seem to be the right word.
And for those who are into video games and MMOs or and emotes, or even, from drawing, I think you and I were talking about this. What I like about the word attitude is it says, how are they going to hold themselves? What's their default position like?
Yeah.
What's their posture and their pose? If it wasn't a house that you spied across the clearing and it was one of these characters, how would they be draped across their own bones, holding themselves in their default state? Kind of like their action figure, yeah.
Yeah.
Until something changes in the story, the widow is always going to have a broken posture. The private is always going to have just a little too much energy, probably on the annoying side. The Kurt Inquisitor, I kind of see like the very tall and rigid Dracula, like just, did you need something?
Let's see. Veteran? Veteran showman. How does that sound?
Showman. I like this idea. Let's dwell on that a minute. What do you see when you say showman as his profession?
The people who used to tour around, like the old sharpshooters, like Annie Oakley and things like that.
Yeah, okay. I think sharpshooter is a great word.
Sharpshooter.
Yeah.
I was working with that, but I wasn't sure if I
Nice.
wanted to go with it.
Pioneer. Yeah,
Pioneer
that
is a
doesn't
good
necessarily say showman, right?
It
There's a
doesn't say showman.
bit of bravado. Veteran, I think. I think that forces you to lean a little too hard on the correlation between what's the next word going to be.
Oh yes,
Is
lean
he-
on that. They're
yeah.
specifically a veteran towards that.
Yeah. Are they wiry? Are they alert? What about being a showman has informed their posture and their attitude?
Now this is one of those times you grasp for words and you wish that your lexicon was bigger. Lexicon?
That's
Am
a
I
fine
using
word.
that?
I think so.
Am I using it correctly? That's the question.
And for these questions and more, we never consider it cheating if we lean on thesaurus.com.
I actually have it open in the background.
I don't consider that necessarily cheat codes, but maybe someone out there is ignorant as to the fact that thesaurus.com exists. So,
And it is wonderful.
I'm going to write down the word showman because that was, or a sharpshooter. Do you like sharpshooter okay?
Oh, I'm fine with either.
All right. We know that we got it. So, yeah, even if, and one of my other mantras is don't ever get stuck. If you're feeling stuck, come back to it. You'll figure it out. One thing will inform another thing. So we have a tired traveler, a curt inquisitor, a broken widow. We have a sharpshooter, a spunky private. What else do we need to tell this story that exists in the intersection of
What
a
about
west.
grizzled?
Grizzled is a perfect word. Grizzled.
There we go. We found words.
I've seen some shit, right? Like,
Yes.
you wouldn't believe. Yeah, I love it.
Let's see.
And then what else do we need? Because the other thing, and the reason I ask myself, what do we need? All of these characters live in service to us in our agenda that we have for our story. And you might be saying, I don't have an agenda. To which I say, politely,
Of course we do.
bullshit. Of course you do. You're starting to form one with every other word you write down. You're seeing a picture resolve itself. This is
what
why
I'm trying to figure out.
Grizzled sharpshooter. And do we need to make this last one? I like to make this the wild card because we go, oh shit, did we forget something? That if we can plug this in, then it's like, okay, now it feels complete. Some of our high-level aspects, we want inquisitiveness, we want characters solving problems. I said that a Western is the idea of scarcity and a gold rush. It is the frontier, in which we also use the word grit. This is good. Most characters, if I was going to add more knobs and levers and gamify this, I would say that if we have any score that needs to be measured, it might be, what is your character's grit level? Like, the spunky private is going to have less grit than the grizzled sharpshooter. Like,
Yes.
oh God, I don't know if I can handle that. It's not supposed to have two heads. Like, oh, we have abandoned buildings. We have the time before, and we have story in the scenery.
These characters have to have not been here before. So why are they all together?
You have just asked a wonderful question. And it's not, I mean, it is that high level bullshit of like, what are we all doing here? I ask myself that quite a bit. Or where are we, folks? We're about to get to that. And I only ever say that we need 3 places, but there's another version of this that gets us, we can do another 3. But I'm seeing, so all of these characters are new here.
Why are they here? It's possible they're traveling together.
Well, then I am going to do that, and we were joking about it earlier, but I'm going to say addled, because I like that better than crazy.
Yeah.
Insider.
Yeah.
The dude who was here, dude or dudette, and they might not be discovered early on. They might need to be a vehicle early on, like, holy shit, this thing just happened. Come over here, folks, off the main highway to our tiny town of nowhere. Do you object, reject? Do you wish to remix this? Do I not land on the point well enough? What do you feel about this addled insider?
No, we definitely need somebody who's on the inside of this.
Yeah. Even if we play their existence much later. So now I want to show, and if we were playing, if this were cards, I would set out a landscape kind of card. And or if you ever played a fighting game, you the audience, I don't know, Pepper, have you ever played even for a half second a Street Fighter game or a Mortal Kombat kind of one-on-one?
I've seen them played.
You get the idea. Or a Smash Brothers.
I don't play many games.
Right. Way back in the
It's a sad
day,
fact.
they even used to
I've
have
seen them.
Microsoft had Comic Chat, and it was essentially you chose there were like 12 canned avatars. And when I say place, I like to say, oh yeah, we were saying vibe earlier. And I think that until we turn places into scenes, which are not necessarily the same, we need the vibe. We don't necessarily need to say what new information happens. But I like to think of them, if these are our action figures, then these places are our play sets. Or your DLC. I paid an extra $3.95, so I've got this play set. So
Hey, if you're gonna play with Barbies, you need the dream house, right?
right, yeah. Or the coffee shop. Where do you go? And more importantly, we'll ask later, what conflict does this scene make by just it being here? make it possible. The other way I look at places, to say way too many words about it, is, and this is why we only start with 3, minus the addled insider, do we get any places simply by pairing 2 characters with each other?
Do we get any places by pairing them up?
Do we look up at these characters and say, well, if this person and this person were together, they probably would be in this place? Or how does the genre inform likely places?
Well, the private does infer that there's some sort of military compound somewhere nearby, or at least a traveling troop. There's someone needing to be protected. I mean, you have a sharpshooter and a private, so you have 2 people who are obviously well armed.
Oh, see, now you did something that I didn't assume, and this is great. You're saying that maybe the sharpshooter is a military sharpshooter?
They could be whatever we want them to be.
That's true too. And the other thing that I'm seeing is in a lot of fantasy and Western things, once you've got someone of any importance, they normally have their tent. Like the place where you can have the Inquisitor will have his tent with his... It's normally a sizable thing. Like, automatically, what are you seeing? But do you want there to be a strong military presence?
Well, it is the Wild West.
Or is this a shit assignment where it's just the Inquisitor sent with a lowly private to go? Damn
it's a bad assignment,
right? Yep. Yeah, because the other thing that a large military contingent does is it gets us bystanders or red shirts, just faceless extras. And I think that there's nothing wrong with that. Maybe in season 2, when the world needs to know that this mystery happened, like, send in the goddamn military. It's gonna turn into a thing.
It's isolated.
Right, for now.
Mysteries. I always like eerie mysteries, and there needs to be a sense of isolation for that.
Right, it's like, oh god, what does that sound? I don't hear anything. Well, 2 of us do.
And the tired traveler, I think, would make a good point of view.
Nice. That's a good way to look at that. We are the tired traveler.
We don't come in knowing any information.
Do you see, and it often is because he's the Inquisitor, that if we were to be ghosts and fifth-dimensional beings and be allowed to float through it when he wasn't here, the Inquisitor's tent, I guess is the best way to put that, is a place where we would see new information or put together the picture as he has it. He has a journal or something that is informative.
No, it's quite possible. I'm always a fan of notebooks.
I was going to say, his means might not be as efficient as Crazy Person Board, but it is that kind of thing. The shrine that the learned man has built to the mystery. Why can't I solve you, dang it, right?
You know what I'm a fan of?
What's that?
A safe place and one which isn't.
Okay.
A safe place where you collect where you compile everything you know, in an unsafe place where you have to go to find. And the safe place can be within the unsafe place, which might be a reason why you cannot leave the unsafe place, because you're trapped.
So
Alright,
don't be sorry at all. You've touched on something that I actually want to talk about and be a little self-serving for half a second.
Go ahead.
Let me call out our call signs since we're almost up on the top of the second hour. Hey folks, you are blessed, I will say, to be listening to the wonderful imagination of my friend Pepper tonight. Thank you for being here, Pepper. This is Into the Night with Incomitatum, episode 10. We're talking about storytelling. We're going to talk about Endworld. And it all is art. You know, it doesn't have to be visual to be art. So, most of all, we're talking about some bullshit. So, I hope that you will join us as I go and actually deal with the puppers for real this time. And I will be right back, and I will be sharing a map with you all.
No, no, take your time. No problem. It's fun. Welcome back.
Microphone. All right, hopefully we are broadcasting again. It sounds like we are. Thanks for being here with me, folks. I've just refilled my water bottle. I'm so eager to hydrate. Everyone should. There's something life-giving about water, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is Into the Night with Incomitatum. Tonight we're talking about storytelling, Endworld, and art. I'm also joined by my first and most awesome guest ever, Pepper. Thank you for joining us. And we're talking about storytelling, and we've gotten far enough as to come up with some places, because Pepper has been kind enough to board my spaceship of the imagination and let me gently lead her around with some of the memes and tools I use to quickly bullshit your way into a story. And it really is just asking, what the hell are we talking about? And breaking that down quickly so that we're literally all on the same page together. Tonight we're talking about mystery, westerns, and ghost towns. Our story happens within the weird intersection of that Venn diagram. Through interaction with Pepper, we've come up with the fact that we've got these 6 characters. A character is an attitude and a profession. So we have a tired traveler, a curt inquisitor, a broken widow, a grizzled sharpshooter, a spunky private, and an addled insider. I was supposed to look up a map because Pepper brought up a point that I thought was really poignant. Something about it lets me riff off of it and mention some stuff that I've been going through with my designing this role-playing game. Now, let me see if I can share a link with Pepper down here in the chat without it crapping out. And here, I'm looking at it on the screen for everyone else, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Did you see this the other day when I posted it?
You did. I did. I cannot say pronouns.
Did we talk about it at all?
I don't think I had the privilege of hearing anything about it. I just remember looking at it thinking, that's a nice map.
Thank you so much. This is loosely based off of the Gulf Coast area if the sea level rose extremely.
Mm-hmm.
And before the break, we were trying to come up with some places. Let me go back to Drawception. That's not what this is called. Draw pile.
It's now known as Drawception.
Right, that's right. Whether she meant to or not, Pepper kind of applied some gamification to these scenes. And I loved that because she said, well, she wants there to be, before she even really named them, she says she wants there specifically to be a safe place and an unsafe place. I'm like, this is great to hear you say that. Why I bring up my map is Endworld is a role-playing game that I did an alpha for years and years ago, and in my ignorance, as a younger, more ignorant man, it didn't go the way that I wanted it to. Here, looking at this map, you see these bands, right? I've given them names: the Shattered Isles, the Southern Reaches, the Overgrowth, the Deep Water. I think about if this were an MMO, there's a space of normal. The Shattered Isles is where most of the characters will start. Mm-hmm. And as you deviate into these other places, the difficulty level increases. Mm-hmm. And essentially, what I was hearing, whether she meant to say these things or not, she wants there to be a ramp up in not even just the difficulty level, but what is at stake. Mm-hmm. Here, we know in this safe place that less is at stake. The costs are not as high. And mm-hmm. whatever it is about this incredibly unsafe place, it's kind of no man's land. Stakes mm-hmm. are much higher. The consequences of what you gamble to go into that place, those are more dire. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And consequently, because now that we have mapped two poles, we have a bit of a spectrum, this other scene might be somewhere in between. Does that sound mm-hmm. fair? It's kind of not safe, but
it's an in-between.
Nice. We were talking about the kind of Inquisitor's tent, or the place where we might look at the information that has been gathered. Mm-hmm. I even think about like the head archaeologist. If this were mm-hmm. a place,
it has to be a sort of common ground for everybody to be.
Yeah. In addition to the fact that you need there to be a safe place. But this place also needs a descriptive. Is that an adjective to give it a vibe? Yeah.
I think adjective is correct.
What would you call this safe place?
Warm.
Warm? That's cool. Warm. And are we assuming its function by giving it a name?
I'm a big fan of campfires and Western in terms of the aesthetic.
Okay. Could we just call it the camp?
Just call it. Mm-hmm.
Now you said something. Oh, yay, we get to draw. Let's draw a little bit of a map. Are you seeing kind of... You hinted that the camp might even be in the middle of this space.
It gives an inherent reason for there to be an exploration of the space around them and an inherent conflict.
Do you see the warmness of the camp being part of what keeps it safe? Like, well, as long as the fire is lit, wink, or...
A sense of uncomfortableness as you leave it. Warm being a sort of safe feeling.
Yeah, especially like... So, do you see this mystery being a little bit like the assumptions we make when we say Cthulhian horror? Do you feel that part of what they're going to find in the unsafe place is going to tempt or shatter their sanity? Do you see, if this were a role-playing game, then I would make characters roll their grit to see how much sanity they sacrifice in conflicts?
You know, I'm a huge fan of, if there doesn't need to be a supernatural factor, don't give one.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean it doesn't push their sanity or their feeling of normalcy, or it doesn't make them deeply uncomfortable.
Yeah. I think that normally the best thing to do to make something uncomfortable is to make it familiar and then perverted, twisted, strange, just a little. It's like,
just something.
She was pretty. She'd be pretty if she didn't have that extra eye behind her ear. Like, what? Like, just as she turns her head to... Oh my god. Or he, you know.
But you can't quite get there. I think you're just one step away from understanding it.
And I don't mind your rejection of the Cthulhian horror. What is it?
Yeah, I had a friend who got me into Lovecraft, and I am, unfortunately, I can't stop now.
Are you saying you do or don't want it to be part of our...
Concepts behind it.
I guess you're breaking up just a little. Are you saying you do or you don't want it to be part of our tale tonight?
Probably not.
Okay, no, that's fine.
I always found that westerns always had a very realistic aspect to them.
Okay, and that's fine, but then what do you want to do to cheat? Because we're allowed to talk about these things out loud. There doesn't have to be a mystery at the writers' table. How do you reconcile the sinew between mystery and ghost town? Is it a very human thing? Like, yeah, it might feel creepy, but the real answer is just the evil of the hearts of man. Like,
well, there's a reason why everybody fled, obviously. It could be disease, starvation,
so
outside force.
The other thing I'm picking up is we don't have to lean on the supernatural if we show how horrible the natural can be. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, okay. So for perfectly natural frontier reasons, I'm going to get a fabulous purple, because that's what I'm all about.
Oh my gosh, yes. Everything's better with purple.
It's a little more magenta, because we're on gray, but whatever.
Doesn't matter. It's fabulous.
It is fabulous. I don't know if you know that about me, Miss Pepper, but I try and wear purple every day. Like,
I do not, but that is a wonderful fact.
Fairly flamboyant. It's why in all my avatars you're going to see a heavy splash of purple. So
there's nothing wrong with that.
And I don't know, you have watched The Wobbly Show before, and to, I guess, call you out on it, would you mind giving me a follow on Twitch? If you haven't already. No. Thank you.
If I can. I've been on The Wobbly Show. I had that privilege. So happy.
I had a friend of mine who doesn't understand technology. She's like, I keep getting an error. I'm like, I don't know how to help you, because that's more research is needed. You didn't describe your error enough to... So yes, you at least know how to Twitch.
There you go.
Thank you so much. Oh, I just got an achievement because You because of you. Thank you.
Beautiful.
All of tonight has felt like an achievement because of you, so thank you.
Oh, I'm glad.
So we have a warm camp. I think that's camp with a capital C for sure. Like, camp
yes.
is what? Well, what is camp? Well, it's camp. Like,
It's camp.
yeah,
Where you go to have a good meal, relax, feel safe.
feel a little less broken and a little less tired.
It's a place to recharge. That way, you have to push your characters up against a wall to their breaking point, but not necessarily totally into it as quickly as possible. You have to give some breathing room.
Yeah, we get fun little like if these are. Have you played The Sims at least?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. It's a classic little aura where when you go near it, you see little nice, pleasant emotes coming up off their head because, they're recharging whatever that grit bar is, right? I think that's the only stat we've said that we're tracking tonight. So grit.
Yeah, they need some place to feel safe to talk about it.
Oh, that is so great. You've said something that a lot of people don't. Talk about it. And, what were we watching? Oh, have you ever seen Parks and Recreation?
I absorb things through cultural osmosis.
That's right.
I know of all these things. I've seen none of them.
Of his particular grit, the very matter-of-factness of the Ron Swanson, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And so another character wants to hang out with him, and he says, the first thing you need to know about me is I like conversations that happen in 100 words or less. And he says, he said, in coming in here, you've used 9. In explaining this, I've now used 27. Continue. And I'm like, wait a minute. That I remember that because that taught me. Remember back in creative writing, we had a thing. It's like have a dialogue between two people that happens in about 100 words. Like get as near and don't go too over. But it's like, and then have a little bit of an exchange or a conflict or a misunderstanding.
Mm-hmm.
So that can be a fun thing. I never did read this quote, but I think that you might like it.
Mm-hmm. Quote away, please.
We're right at the 2-hour mark, in which I need to say this is Into the Night with Incomitatum. This is episode 10. We're joined by Pepper. Tonight we're talking about storytelling. Loosely we're talking about Endworld, and everything we do is art because we showed up at all tonight. So let me share a quote with you that I like, and I'll let you at home read along, but I'll read aloud. Drama is based on the mistake. I think someone is my friend when he really is my enemy, that I am free to marry a woman when in fact she is my mother, that this person is a chambermaid when it is a young nobleman in disguise, that this well-dressed young man is rich when he's really a penniless adventurer, or that if I do this, such and such will result when in fact the results are something completely different. All good drama has 2 movements. First, the making of the mistake, and then the discovery that it even was a mistake.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know anything about this dude. I've loved this quote for a while. W.H. Auden said that. I have no further context. All right. Drama is a great word. We've also talked about conflict. And we also, I like to use the word curator. Did I write that up here?
Oh, yeah. Well,
yeah, I did.
I remember it being mentioned.
And oftentimes when we have a place, we have a character that is the curator of that place, or major domo. They are the tender. They are the person who has the most to lose, but the most at stake that this place even is a thing, let alone if you should come in and disrupt it somehow. Mm-hmm. Do we necessarily say that one of these characters is in the camp or in charge of the camp and thus is in the camp most of the time? Does the Inquisitor actually go out into these awful places often, or is he sending the spunky private to gather the information? Is it the grizzled sharpshooter who threw the camp together and that's why anyone's here? What do you imagine? Who's one character that's here for sure most of the time?
The widow.
The widow. Okay. All right.
The insiders in the insiders in the unsafe place.
That's right. I like the insider being in the unsafe place. Thank you. Was the best way to sort that.
And the others can move in between.
Definitely. Yeah. We're going to have one scene in the in-between, and I think I'm going to lean on this since I'm going to say the haunted
Haunted.
bar.
Ah.
Or, better yet, the old-timey word, saloon.
Ah, there we go. That's the word.
What I like about the haunted saloon, and because we said abandoned ghost town, and this is only leaning into the supernatural a little bit, I might say, no, I have a $10 word. Why use a $1 word when you can use a $10 word? Quietted. Disquieted.
Disquieted.
So here's how I would set this. This is actually a somber, quiet place.
Mm-hmm.
Like if
some place which should be loud but isn't.
Yeah, and if you can kind of, in this wildlands, whatever we're saying this unknown, unsafe area is, as you transition into it, the halfway point, like, we played this excellent board game called Dead of Winter. But it's like, if you're trying to make it back to camp and you can't, for whatever the arbitrary time limit is, you can at least hole up in the saloon, right? By night. Oh, night's about to set, and you don't want to be in the unsafe place, is what we're calling it for now. You can hole up in the disquieted saloon, and so it's very quiet. It should be raucous. It should be warm and merry, but... and because of this idea of grit and an old man's sanity and assumptions on story and word, but if you listen closely, you can hear the sounds, and it could just be bullshit, but some characters can hear the past of what, so get a glimpse of what happened in the saloon.
Yeah. And the safe place doesn't necessarily have to be physically safe. I mean emotionally safe.
Oh, okay. Yeah. And see, I think that, so one of the hard rules in Fate is that aspects are true until they aren't. And if they're not, then we have to see story reasons crank them over into being untrue. So maybe this is a safe place, but, in a later scene, story, chapter, or episode, it becomes an unsafe place because reasons. Is it interpersonal drama? Did someone forget to latch the gate? Did someone leave the gate open on purpose? Whatever the thing is that cranked it over from one thing to the other.
The reason why I say this is because there needs to be a push from the safe place into the unsafe place.
Ooh.
Because being inquisitive will only get you so far. If the unsafe place is unsafe, why would you go someplace which you knew is obviously unsafe?
Because, like I've been saying, one of my favorite phrases is, obviously, more research is needed. Damn it, I don't have enough data. You there, go get me this thing which you'll probably find in this place. I need to know. Or, damn it, I've had enough of your incompetence. I'm going with you. Right? As we move between these places. So, you gave us the warm camp. I suggested the disquieted saloon. Do you think that there's one of these characters that knows the saloon better than the others? Not the adult insider, because he specifically needs to be found in the unsafe place, or is the curator of that place.
Yeah.
But one of these characters has kind of spent enough time in the saloon, either before the thing or now that they've been exploring. They just feel drawn back to this place and are like, oh, you need such and such. I know right where that is. Like they've kind of made it their place.
Either the sharpshooter or the tired traveler. And I'm going towards the sharpshooter
Okay.
because I can see him as a drinker.
Show me potato salad, we say sharpshooter. He'll be in on the top of this. All right. Well, yeah, I guess we should hand this last one off to you, especially. Tell me about this unsafe place, or more specifically, because we have these kind of three nebulous overlapping zones. What's a place in the unsafe place? A scene.
I've always loved a dilapidated, like, inn.
An inn, okay.
Yes.
Now, I like the word dilapidated, but does that also inform the vibe?
Yes.
All right.
Vibes are always important.
And by extension, and some of the other stuff we said, we see that if they can just make it to the inn, then maybe they might come across the addled insider.
Mm-hmm.
And going back to fuchsia, is it? Yeah, that should be enough. Does the transform tool work? Allow me to actually move stuff around?
Yeah, select it. You can do either the box or the free form, which is right next to it.
Good enough. All right.
Yes.
So let's run back through the process one more time and see if we can't see what is the most likely pairing when we look at the camp. Even if, and I hate to be so sexist, but if the men folk are off doing something, are the women left at camp? Like, so then they get to talking. That's a very likely pairing based off of assumptions of misogyny, etc. So,
well, I mean, based on the setting, that would be a reasonable assumption.
Or is the spunky private not really allowed outside the walls because he's too green? So not necessarily friends, but who ends up talking to and having the most scenes in conjunction with the widow, by extension of commonly being at camp often? And these don't have to be set in stone. Whereupon the first ones were, yes, these blue, what I've decided to color blue, these are the curators of these scenes. We're just lining up the first wave of participants. We're pairing them off.
Yeah. I like pairing up the Broken Widow and Spunky Private because they have opposite sorts of feels.
Yeah,
somebody
also,
who's still new to the world versus somebody who is a little bit too world weary.
Yeah, that is fun, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
We're going to go with super light pink because it's hard to see on this. There we go. The private and the widow. All right.
I can also see the traveler being there.
I think that opposite the sharpshooter in the saloon, I like the dichotomy, since you brought that up. Poles. I like the grizzled sharpshooter and, his hard version of what reality is because he effing lived it versus the cold bureaucratic nature of the Inquisitor.
That'd be interesting, yeah.
I don't care what Form 27B/6 says we do in this situation. I've dealt with the thing, and this is the best way to deal with it. Like,
Logically, that makes no sense. That sort of setup.
yeah. I like the, what's the phrase? I couldn't possibly. Like, okay, you're a little full of
Which means
yourself,
the
aren't you?
tired traveler pairs up with the addled insider at the dilapidated inn,
This
which
is
makes
good.
sense. Because they're tired and they just want to sleep.
You know the other thing that I'm seeing, kind of like in fantasy tropes, we get the word strider or ranger. The traveler might be someone who isn't just a traveler, he's good at traveling.
It's entirely possible.
And as such, I think he might have the most permeability to feel like he can risk moving amongst these arenas without getting squashed by whatever the mystery is.
That is entirely possible.
I would rule he's not really quick. You know, he's more careful than quick because he's also tired.
Just let the poor guy rest.
And in fact, there might also be a story reason, and we can move backwards, that, how do I draw this? Yeah, there we go. There's a weird intersection. There might be a tipping point where the traveler was in the inn, and now he's like, well, because of reasons, I have to travel out and hook up with these others.
Let's. I'm uncomfortable here. Let's go somewhere else.
Okay.
I mean, that sort of feeling.
Oh, okay. I thought you wanted to change the subject.
No,
I'm like, well,
no,
that's
no, no.
fine,
I'm
too.
sorry. No. Sorry.
It's certainly fine.
Uh,
I like this song
I-
every time it comes on. I'm sorry you can't hear it, Pepper. That's something that we need to figure out. But I'll just tell you that this next song is a kind of upbeat, actiony song called Jet Fueled Vixen.
oh, I like the name of that.
It is wordless, thanks to Kevin MacLeod and his Creative Commons music. So let's pull out, for the audience at home, and also for our own sanity, how are you feeling about this?
I'm liking it.
Are you liking it?
I'm liking it.
I like that you are competent, and none of this feels like pulling teeth. As someone who has dabbled in storytelling herself, it feels like you have taken to this quite well and quickly, right?
This is what I do for fun.
We're mostly speaking the same language. Do you feel that I've added any value to it by making it rote and formulaic and giving you checkboxes and?
It's definitely different, but I like it.
And maybe not even to you personally, but that other people might, especially. If
Oh
they've
no,
never
I
gone-
think other people definitely find this
Yeah.
a lot. Yes. Every day's a learning experience.
Definitely. I like this also being archived in an episode because this is the stuff that I'm thinking about all of the time. My brain is broken. I'm not saying it's useful knowledge, but anytime I'm watching a new story, and you said we can do new layers, right? How doth, well, we say new.
There we
How do
go.
I turn that off? It's almost like I might have done something like this before.
Maybe.
Let's draw us up a thing.
What are we drawing?
Ugh. Caught a little grain of. One more time. Oh, and I'm fairly.
Oh, we
zoomed
have a
out.
circle tool.
That's right. Oh, we do.
Don't ask me how to use it.
Shink, shink. That's fine.
Oh, I know what this is. I've seen this.
Yeah. And it was the other day that I realized that, the general state of the universe is chaos. You might have seen the chaos symbol in other fantasy things, right?
Ah, yes. I know what you mean.
Yeah. Kind of looks like that with arrows going in every direction. I like to think of it as, especially in will working, as potentiality.
The world doth spread towards entropy. Can't say words still.
Yeah, that's definitely what I would say. But a story starts in a place of comfort. And the first character we choose to spy on is going to be a character that we instantly, by being voyeurs, build an empathy with. Do you see any problem with that assertion?
No.
Through the very merit of observing them, we are building an empathy. You might have heard that every man is the hero of his own story.
Of course.
And so instantaneously, even if you're showing us the villain, the more screen time he gets, the more we start to build an understanding with his plight, especially if you've made him more than one-dimensional. So, the nice thing about this wheel, as we go from, let's find an ominous purple, as we go from the known into the unknown, are these intersections here. And to borrow a theologic idea, I like to see, or an awful idea if you make this a boat, you're kind of being keel-hauled, or I can call this a baptism. Or this is entry into the nightclub. You're going from the known, the white, into the unknown. And this is often a point of conflict. Now, this is also especially a point of conflict if you're looking at your story within this circle. This scales up and down to, well, even a scene can follow this rhythm of, well, here's what we know. A sitcom does that, doesn't it? Before you show us the characters, you have a little sting of music that kind of sets the mood, and then it shows us the outside of whatever scene they're at. Oh, they're at the bar again, or
establishing shot.
They're in the garage. Yep, and we know what that's like, and then we're like, I'm gonna say some words and tell you what's normal. Okay. And you're going to say some words, and then something's going to go wrong or counter to what normal is, and we're going to see if we come out the other side of it. And sometimes that is just, we needed more information to know that things are not right. Yeah, what's the what need? I forgot what this point is called. So you is where we put the camera on whoever we're meant to build a connection with and see ourselves through them. And then we have a need, and then we have a conflict. And this one radian here, this one quadrant, is enough to have a whole scene in. And yeah, it's formulaic, but paint by numbers can be fun, right?
Well, everything has a formula, and that's not inherently bad.
Which of these pairings do you feel the most drawn to? Of the widow and the private at the warm camp, the sharpshooter and the inquisitor. Which of them kind of has the most potential for drama or telling you about the world? We're not saying any one is better, but automatically when we look at this big picture view, as fifth dimensional beings, we want to go in and be voyeurs and explore this some more.
I like the private or the traveler point of view.
Okay.
Private's probably going to be better, especially if the traveler has some sort of is a little bit more world weary and understands things a little bit better.
The other thing that you might be doing, to touch on it, is you want to start in the safe place, right? Because that is the place of comfort. That is the place of, this is the normal, and we're going to have excursions out. In fact, if we follow, to go back to it, and we use it as metaphor, and I might have just said it, but this point here, and in fact I normally make it an awful red dot, because I read a story about a leprechaun giving people magical red cards one time. It was weird. It's like, it obviously was written for kids, but it's like, hey, you meet this carny, and he gives you this dot, or this card that has nothing but a red dot, and you hold your thumb on it and you say a wish out loud. And all of the micro stories within that construct are be careful what you wish for. It's like,
Exactly, it's a monkey's paw.
yes, the monkey's paw. That's an excellent way to put that. This is the height of the underworld. This is literally the entire world is upside down.
Okay.
You are doing your thing, whatever that is, and when you show it to us, show us at your most cool and competent, because we want to build an empathy with what you are all about. This is when you go into networking, people are like, hey, Pepper, nice to meet you. What do you do? I find it to be one of the most canned and tiring lines, because I like to think that I'm a little more three-dimensional than what do I do, but this is the...
Yeah.
See how we've already put in... We didn't ask... We haven't even named these poor saps. We literally are telling you what they do by the name of their profession.
You know, I always name my characters like that's almost always the last thing I do.
Good. Yeah. Unless you're going to lean into, well, their name... I don't know what it means, but lately I like the word Artemis. And Artemis means blah, 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 blah. And it's like, so obviously she's all about blah, blah, blah. And it's like, oh, well, yes, obviously.
Yeah, you can also backtrack into that.
Definitely. Yeah.
That's usually what I do. It's like having secretly clever names.
The other nice thing about this formula is if you are doing the TV show or you're thinking of splitting the party, how do I draw? Oh, yeah, that's working. Is you might see this if you run in the writer groups concerning TV, but you have often in many genres of show the A track and the B track running parallel to each other.
Oh, yes. And they intersect at the end and everybody's happy.
They can. They often do, yes. But more importantly, they can each be going through their own wheel of pain.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and if we're real lucky, then they line up in the fourth quarter, right as we come back. The other thing about this wheel of pain is this red dot is being the height of the underworld is where we are under the most pressure. Think about going 1 million leagues under the sea.
Either you crack or you don't.
You got it. Yes. If we want to break our character, this is where we break them. If we want to... Normally we do. We break them anyway. Yeah. And then they are rebuilt, and it is through this self-actualization that they are actually empowered to come back around.
Yes.
Now, the other thing that happens...
Or it's going to be really depressing.
Right, yeah. And
They
because...
just fall.
Pepper, you just touched on something that I hadn't mentioned. When we... And yeah, change your informed feelings. I'm going to make it a really dark purple so it stands a little bit better. But if you want to be... Shallow is not a bad word. It's okay. If you want to be shallow, you can summarize your scenes, kind of like a go board, as you pull out and you say, this is a light scene, this is a dark scene. The other thing this allows you to do, I don't know how zoomed out you are, I'm drawing on the far left now, is this allows you to say, well, I have divined, or decreed is a better word, that we have these ups and downs.
Highs and lows.
And this is a nice rhythm. Oh, we have a good scene and a bad scene and a good scene and a bad scene. And you might even sort your characters into things are going bad for this group and things are going good for this group. And then literally in the middle they might meet. An excellent...
You're drawing on the foreground, by the way.
I am, aren't I?
Just thought you'd want to know before you keep on continuing going.
I am at peace, and this is an okay revelation. Let's continue over here, though. But If you don't want to do it that way, you have another option. You still can plot them out, but you can say, well, I mean, it can be as bipolar as you want it to be.
Mm-hmm.
I just think that from a high level standpoint, it needs to be a choice, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um,
If the character does not choose to ascend, there's been no development. It's just been you won the lottery without playing.
yeah, they might have the choice pushed on them.
Mm-hmm.
Because this last part, let me draw a. Yeah, it'll be red. It'll be fun little red car. Meow.
Yes.
These two quadrants are also, especially at these intersections. Wow, if I was consistent. These are the most likely to have a travel montage.
That's something I never thought I'd hear.
Yeah.
Most likely.
Yep.
I'm glad to hear it.
Because they are about. If you look at this as the awful vampire nightclub where all the Greek gods actually live, and this is the actual underworld,
Mm-hmm.
You're leaving home to go there, and you're coming back home.
Back.
Yep.
Yeah.
The other thing about coming home after going to the awful underworld nightclub is you are changed.
Mm-hmm.
And when you get home, things are different. That is to say, what was normal before, you now have the new normal as a result of your change. And all of this, including the black and white dots, can change depending on which character we're sleeved into.
Yeah.
Because what ended on a white flag for one character might have been, sometimes it is a zero-sum game, and another character may have had something taken away as a result of your whatever you gained. Yeah. Oftentimes, this is the character realizes they're in a fishbowl, and now that they're back home, they're a little too big for it. It's like, well, what's next? We gotta up the stakes for the sequel, right? Or every time we go around the wheel, you gotta grow a little bit more.
The journey changes you.
I love this because of what is a pronoun?
That is a good question.
I think it is an adjective that's a noun, right? Maybe I'm
A pronoun?
Yeah, it is a
You, I, he, she.
no, okay, yeah, you're right. Maybe it's just sandwiching two nouns. But say we have, in season 1, we have Greg. And poor old Greg, he's the everyman. So he's up here at the top of the ladder, and then he goes around the thing.
Proper noun?
What I like about this, Greg, everything is too blue. Oh no, it doesn't recognize my eraser.
No, it doesn't. You're gonna have to click the erase button. I'm sorry.
No, it's alright. Sometimes it just doesn't. Greg, you're so orange. I don't know. Greg, you can be brighter orange. Yeah, you're very tan. You're mauve. You're like that 1970s furniture that nobody really likes. How did that get decided? Anyway, Greg.
I don't know, but I've been to places which still have it up.
Yeah, my first job was kind of a tomb, and it had all of that. It's like you're the one guy down here surrounded by all the books and the 70s furniture.
Now that's a way to describe a scene.
The thing about season 2, after Greg is keel-hauled around the Wheel of Pain and comes back up the other side, now we get fun. I'm going to do this. Have you at least played Cards Against Humanity?
Several times.
Thank goodness we have that in common.
No, it's up badly.
Now you have blank Greg, and you do also for the third one. And this well, now we have Zombie Greg, and now we have Ninja Greg, and these words
keep on adding stuff.
have informed his change. I say this because I just watched the latest season of Daredevil on Netflix. Ooh. And you see that in this, he has decided, yeah, he is those characters from the other 2 seasons, but he's more of a. His fighting style changes. He's more of a brute. He wraps ropes around his arms. He doesn't use the batons anymore. He's more of a he's boxer Daredevil instead of rooftop ninja Daredevil. And in fact, he has far less rooftop scenes. So what we're talking about overall is this Wheel of Pain is fun because when we get back here, and especially you touched on something that my story crafting teacher first taught me. She said the difference between a static and a dynamic character lies in not whether the character has changed, but whether they see in themselves that they've changed. So if they get home and they think, wow, that was a crazy day, and don't realize the gravity of what just happened, and that they have been through a transformative process, then in their own set ways, they are static.
Yes.
Even if we witnessed that the world or they are different, they might not realize it. But if they are like, dude, everything's a little different now. Yeah, big words. I like 2 big phrases for what could go
What
wrong?
could possibly go wrong?
That's an interrogative, right?
I'm not sure.
It is a question, and this is a assertion, a declaration.
Nothing will go wrong. Oh no.
Nothing will ever be the same. It's like something is different.
But what?
And we can't put it back the way it was before we headed this way, right? But what is it? And what are the stakes? Sometimes if it's a light, fun little vignette, you're never going to get that $10 back, dude. Okay, that's not it literally is not the end of the world.
And on the other end of the world.
Right, on the other end, it literally like $10 isn't even a concept anymore. The world is gone. Like,
yeah, well, thanks for all the fish.
Right. We begin our story at the end of someone else's.
People change.
Do you feel yourself, because this is the weird part of the night, especially as my vampire bones tell me that the sun will rise in about 30 more minutes, which I'm okay with. Let me check on my stream health. I call this checking my mirrors. Joshua, my friend Josh, is here, and let's do that. This is Into the Night with Incomitatum. I wouldn't say that the episode has gone long because my longer streams are around 4 hours. Luckily, I am a bit of a dork, and I was in Discord when I was supposed to be streaming, and so Pepper joined us, and she is my first and best guest I've ever had. Thanks for being here, Pepper.
I'm glad to be here.
And really, I couldn't have asked for a better guest because I love the sound of her voice combined with the fact that she's so agreeable and going along with this all this bullshit with me, with a capital B. So we're talking about storycraft on a high level. To reiterate real quick, we're talking about telling a story that is a mystery, a western, and has ghost towns. That's fun.
Mm-hmm.
Pepper said something really enlightening. She has touched upon again and again having a character that really exists to be there for the audience's point of view. To lead the ignorant and the uninitiated through the story so that they might grow. Like, one of the tropes I like is we say that the story is finite. It's contained within maybe like summer camp. You know that everyone's going to go home at the end of the summer. when we come over the Wheel of Pain, next time the private won't be so green, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like it'll be the first day at the Camp of Pain. Well, no, it's warm. We got to give it a warm camp name. And he's like, don't worry, I've been through all this bullshit before, right? We will have
Mm-hmm.
seen that should he survive, because we haven't said what the mysteries really are, but should he get through this, then there will be a different greenhorn, and he'll be a little more grizzled, I guess is the other extreme.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We're going for grit.
Yeah, and we're saying if we're tracking any stats at all, we're going to call this grit, right? I love that.
Mm-hmm.
And now suddenly I have 3 viewers. What are we doing? What's happening? Well, it's 6:30-ish in the morning on a Friday from my point of view. Your reference points are very... I think I asked you, the sun has already risen from your point of view, right, Pepper?
Oh, yes. It's most definitely out.
Do we find you, I'm going to botch this, somewhere in Maryland? Like on the East Coast? Ish? What? Don't even tell
I'm
us
in a
your
state
coordinates.
which borders. I'm in a state which borders Maryland.
Okay, close enough.
I'm nowhere near Maryland though, but I'm in a state which borders Maryland. I will continue to be vague.
What do you see when you look out? Could you set the scene if you were to look out your window? We know the sun is up.
Okay, set the scene. Okay, I can do this. Dreary fall evening. Leaves are turning. Most of them have fallen off the trees because it rained not too long ago. The valley's hazy. I can see fog still on the river. It's a pleasant Friday.
It is.
And if you're wondering, the sky is gray.
So I am blessed enough that I got to spend my 7th birthday in Scotland learning how to ride a horse.
Ah.
And since that happened to me, I have loved the grey and green.
Mm-hmm.
And it is that juxtaposition. We only get a couple days like that where I'm from right now, but I have found a valley where I'm cultivating more genuine friendships that if I project a vector properly into my future, it may find us in a very similar environment. It's technically a rainforest, even though it's in America.
Oh, I know which one you're talking about.
Yeah,
It's up on the west coast.
It is on the west coast. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
That's a very
I
fair
know it.
assumption. Yeah.
Temperate rainforest.
Yeah, the fun thing about it, some verbs or activities we get out of these scenes, mushroom picking,
Mushroom picking.
because it is often, it's the sun only shines. We were there in the summertime. We were there over my birthday in August, and they're like, and then they would nudge us. They're like, yeah, this is actually like the most we've seen the sky. So this is a fortuitous time for some of us.
Oh, yeah. It's beautiful out there because we have this beautiful, like, pale gray sky with, like the dark brown of, like, rain-soaked tree bark, some green, and, like, bright orange.
One of my favorite things is when the clouds are nice and low-lying and fluffy, and you don't even really have to cross your eyes. They just look close enough that you can reach up and you can see them start to swirl a little.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. That used to be my favorite thing to do. Anyway, where were we?
Well, that is an excellent question. All of these things that we have written down. First of all, I guess if you're feeling stuck, the other thing we can do is, do you feel like to tell a story in this little soundbox we've built, do you need or pine for other places?
Honestly, I think it's entirely possible to set a story within just one location.
I think so too.
It's about how you interact with it. I like closed room sorts of stories.
I do as well, so long as we put more than one character there.
Oh, of course, you
the
can't.
thing with Ryan Reynolds just talking on the phone while he was being buried alive was hard to watch. Not only because Buried Alive made me want to bite my fingernails off is the nicest way to put that, but it almost felt like a play in that regard. Like he's just one guy standing in a dark area with no scenery. So yeah, I need that back and forth. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do
You definitely need context.
So I like to think of a story as kind of a pensive. Do you get the reference?
No, I don't.
Or it is a well. It is a object. It's a magic mirror. There we go. Why do I have to make that harder than it is? Because you're using nerd techno babble. A pensive is a Harry Potter reference, and you can look at it and see your
from book one.
Your dreams or your past. I don't actually remember what the truth of that is, but
Dumbledore socks. Right?
It is in his office. I can agree with that. Yes. Yeah, it is. It's something that you shouldn't be messing with every day. So it's definitely in an adult's office and not. The kids aren't playing with this for fun. Hey, let's play pensive. No, we don't do that every day. That's how your brain falls out your ears, kids. But the thing about the magic mirror, or looking at your story through the magic mirror, is I think that a scene is spawned when we ask a question of the story itself, of the very fabric. Like, do you ever just look at your drapes and ask them a question? No, you don't. But you need to look at this as an interwoven tapestry of characters and emotions and scenes. What do we want to ask our story?
At least when I ask my drapes something, I don't expect them to respond.
They better not. Like, yeah.
I'd be scared if they did.
Remember, for most of my stories, I outlaw gonzo silliness. And when you lean hard into that, you definitely do get Pee-wee's Playhouse, where everything has eyes when it doesn't need to, and everything has a personality or an opinion. Let me tell you what I think about the election cycle, Pepper. No, Drapes, do not tell me that.
Please, no.
I said no politics in this house, Drapes.
That'd be an interesting dialogue with
Hey,
oneself.
Drapes, have you met my friend Goat?
Yes.
I like Goat because he eats Drapes and isn't opinionated about politics. In fact, he's just a regular goat. He doesn't talk.
Yes.
What do you want to ask?
What do I want to ask the story?
As an oracle, and we see this intersection, this stew, this spin of the cauldron between mystery, western, and ghost town. What do we want to ask this story? Because we have questions, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's not enough to funnel these poor saps' lives over the edge and around the loop of the Wheel of Pain. We have to want to learn some things along the way.
Why are they here?
Why are they here is an excellent question. And it almost sounds like that in a larger context, a smarter man than me would make a new layer and write these down. I was trying to figure out, it's like, well, does white mean checked or unchecked?
White means it's not visible.
Yeah, okay. I'm making a layer number 2.
Mm-hmm. If you can rename these, just double click.
Okay. And am I allowed to save a local copy of this if I want?
Oh, of course, it's all yours.
Like, well, do I just literally just hit save?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You too have saved things before, right?
I have saved things. I've recorded things. You can record things on a draw pile. You just hit the record button.
I don't have permission to save something in this location. That's my own computer. I can save shit wherever I want.
I don't know.
Why would you say that? Oh, well. To heck with you, draw pile. That's funny. All right. Questions Pepper has. Pepper, do you have a favorite color? I told you mine was purple.
Oh, I'm fine with any color, though. I do prefer blue.
I was going to say, can I make it a mint?
Yeah, could do mint.
Fun little play on words. Pepper.
Oh, please. Listen, I have heard so many different puns related to pepper at this point.
I like fun and candy colored things, and it's like pepper, pepper, peppermint, yeah, and that's a color, right?
That's one I've not heard in a while. Yes.
Pepper
Usually
questions.
I'm just compared to spices, vegetables, and soda. So peppermint's pleasant.
Oh no. Well, I guess, but none of those really are like a color. Yeah, and peppermint is a color, or I guess mint is. That is one of the things about my geography. We grow a lot of mint here.
Mint's delicious. I used to have a bunch in my garden.
Have you ever had the pleasure of driving along and rolling the windows down and smelling the mint fields?
Oh no, but that sounds...
It is nice, especially when you have a shift in pressure. What do we say? A low pressure front, like before the rain, so you feel that the moisture is actually being drawn up and out of the plants. It's like, yeah.
That's
Pepper, you asked a question of our story, and you said, what was it? Why are we here?
What? Why are we here?
Why? Well, that's a question I ask myself every day.
Existential questions every day, all the time, 24/7.
My wife and I were in the meditation chamber, and she's like, you always talk about death. I'm like, yeah, honey, I'm sorry that's like one of the main tracks running in my mind all the time. It's not that I'm morose, it's just I'm aware of my expiration date. I don't even know what it is. Like, they forgot to print it on my foot or something. But I know I have one. So why are we even here, man?
Mm-hmm.
Let's give ourselves a lot of room.
Why are we here? What happened? What happened?
What happened?
Where are all the bodies?
So Pepper is doing another thing, right? That whether she knows it or not, whether we even have a word for it or not, she's asking those ASCII questions, right? Like who, what, when, where, why, and how. I'm sure there's a name for those big words, questions, words that imply that we even are doing the thing called a question. Where are the bodies? I'm going to ask a question inside of a question uncategorically one time because I want to get a hunch from you.
Mm-hmm. What do we already know?
What do we already know? At the start of the story, through someone's point of view, what do we know?
What do we know?
And again, we're talking about that weird intersection between, what do we say? Mystery, Western, and Ghost Town.
It's cold.
It is cold.
It is cold.
Can we infer that it is probably winter?
Yes, it needs to be winter. That's why warmth is important.
Thank you. That's good. That's my half-ass snowflake.
It's beautiful. I love it. See.
I would even ask, out of our NPCs, they're all NPCs. We're not. They're all whatever we need them to be. Yeah, as fifth dimensional beings, we have the overarching right to sleeve in and out of any of these poor saps as often as we need to, right?
Yes, just possess them.
Okay. And we're gonna hide that. Nope. Yes. Yes, that's right. Over here at the characters Who do you think showed up to? Because we said that there's an actual linear progression. We know that our story has a warm camp, and that's also a safe place. That's like the level 1 place to be, to hang out. The stakes are low. Who, I have this little graphic here about kind of like these 3 overlapping zones, and they only get more bigger and scary as they go along. We're talking about a ghost town. So, who showed up first to investigate this? And I would say that the 2 people disqualified from this answer are the tired traveler or the addled insider.
I'm going to go with the widow.
Okay. Was it, I guess, because of his profession, because he is the questioner, the inquisitor, what brought the inquisitor here? To ask even more questions of the story. Like, he's going to ask a lot of questions for us, right? That's part of why we made his profession what it is. We want more questions asked.
I'm going to say a reason for them all to be here would be they were driven in by a storm.
Yes. Pepper for the win. What has she done, folks? What have I done, folks? Why are we here? Well, she just came... She flew off the turnbuckle and slammed down something we were talking about earlier. That's not the color I want. More green.
More green.
More green. Here we go. Man versus nature.
Anything for an inherent conflict, right?
Forced in from the cold. Did you see that Tarantino Western movie? I didn't.
No, but I'm kind of inspired by the Donner Party here.
Nice. Okay. Now, they are not the same people that were in the crashed airplane.
No, the Donner Party is a group of settlers who were attempting to go to California, but they started a bit late and took a little bit too long to get there, and they ended up going, and they needed to hurry up to get there before winter set in, so they went through through the Donner Pass, if I remember correctly. And they got snowed in and stuck. And very bad things happened. Very, very bad things happened. If I remember correctly, there was a good bit of cannibalism. Was it Donner Pass?
In that, the spirit of bullshit, I'm going to say you're right. Because you sound like you're right, and that's even more important to me than what's actually true.
Somebody fact check me if you watch this later.
Right. But for now, I'm liking what you're putting down. And, you know, that could have also been a large ad. We were talking about things. It's like, Pepper wants to see a story where there's some cannibalism. At least low level, like... Maybe not any of the main characters, but hey, I found an extra person and they were already dead. Like, what are you eating? There have been no animals around here.
There's also the colony of Roanoke.
Roanoke, that's right, because they just
disappeared.
This music is too happy for a bunch of people just disappeared. I don't have any of my spooky shit in this playlist right now, but I should. No. Let's get that. So, what other things have you seen that? And Pepper, I want to congratulate your morbidity. But what about these kinds of stories are you drawn to?
I just can cite multiple historical examples very quickly.
Oh, okay.
It's like, these aren't stories. These are actual things which happened.
You are correct, and I use story in the notion of gotcha. We make assumptions based on the retelling. So.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Nothing more universal than death, right?
You're not going to get me to say no to that. Remember, I'm the kind of fatalist that I'm like, no, lean into the fact that we're going to die. So definitely, here's my creepy music, right? This is all my magical, creepy stuff that I downloaded for when I do my Tim Burton shit.
Oh, yeah.
And did you say the number was 17 earlier?
Number 17. Why is 17 important?
Oh, it's really not. Except for it's the number that Pepper chose to be our random number of the night. So when I fire up the music machine, I often will shuffle forward that many times. So.
That's fair.
So yeah, we got little mountains. We got a dinner party is happening.
Donner.
At the saloon, right? No.
Oh, Donner dinner. Oh, I got you.
I'm so happy to have you all for dinner. Right? So you're talking about another intersection that we had, and I'm not going to bother to flip the layers over, but we were talking about resource scarcity.
Oh, yes.
And we were talking about the frontier.
Mm-hmm. I'm also a huge fan of typhoid in this case too.
Tell me more, as though I haven't heard about this.
Oh, typhoid's a very infectious disease. It spreads very quickly. It's not.
What are some of the most awful symptoms about it?
Oh boy, off the top of my head, yeah.
And if not, it can be Pepper's made-up magical disease. But tell me everything you think is true about it.
Typhoid is extremely infectious. Let me see. Is it viral? Can be prevented by hand washing. It's bacterial.
So if they had modern or clean living, then it wouldn't be so much of an issue. But because of the rough circumstances and the ignorance of their...
Contaminated well water, that's what it is. That's the most common. Fecal oral route. So,
yeah, no, you're right. Like,
science is not always pleasant.
Don't bury the hogs next to where we're getting the water from, right? Like,
it's more of don't put an outhouse very close, and if you do, make sure that doesn't leak.
And what are memes, folks, but icons drawn when the thing happened? I think we have a big important icon that is definitely memeable for this channel. Please, folks, don't poop in the water.
Vitally important.
Rule number 1 of my new civilization: don't poop in the water, friends.
Oh, yes. Oh, dear.
So, and this isn't to make fun of you, but I find there to be an overlap in your interests and maybe even a bit of your profession to make some assumptions. Do you find an odd fascination with diseases and phlebotomy? Is that a right word?
Lobotomy?
Phlebotomy.
Phlebotomy.
Like the study of the humors and the reaction of the body to different unpleasant stimuli.
To a good degree. I mean, it is what I'm studying, so...
Cool. Yeah. Yeah, would you put a word on it other than just biology? Is there a sub-school or discipline?
I'm actually going into evolutionary biology.
All right. And
hopefully.
Not to put your life plan on the spot, but how do you see yourself getting to use that in cool ways with the intersection of what you've vision boarded for yourself?
I've not thought that far.
Oh, have you not? Like, some people are like, yeah, if I get this thing, then I'm going to be in these amazing situations where...
Oh, no, I've not thought that far ahead.
Well, yeah, but my amazing situation is I get to spend a lot of time in the library. What? I mean, some people's amazing situation is not amazing to others, but...
Add something to the vastness of human knowledge.
Do you want to be a researcher or
yes.
or a white paper writer that adds something to the scientific zeitgeist?
Yeah. I find myself writing scientist characters over and over again.
Do you see yourself, if you had to sleeve into one of these, embracing the Inquisitor?
Maybe?
Yeah.
Honestly, I could probably slip into most of these. I empathize too quickly with characters. It's not a
No,
bad thing.
I was just about to say there's nothing wrong with that, right?
Mm-hmm. Wide variety of different points of view.
Minus our first weird 20-minute hiccup, we're coming up on the 3-hour mark. I don't have a problem being here. I'm happy to be joined by Pepper. This is episode 10 of Into the Night with Incomitatum. We're talking storytelling. We've talked about role-playing, and everything we do is art, right? So I think we've covered that base. We're in Draw Pile. We're drawing. And I think some other stream I will share with you the sculpting progress I've made. But no, we've done some fun, light world building, some story building. This is all butting up against the fact that we're in November. It's time for NaNoWriMo. And we're just filling out a cheat sheet that I've kind of invented to help us collectively mine our assumptions and build the sinew we need to tell a story. Pepper's been doing that with me. I'm going to take a short break, and when I return, we might actually act out a scene, right? That'll be fun. When we return from Into the Night. In fact, it's almost not even night. It's almost morning for some of you. Good morning, everyone. Here's Kratos to keep you company.
I'm doing fine. This is a lot of fun. Mm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Why not? Yeah. Oh yeah, I make up characters on the spot all the time. And I get slightly too attached. I'm gonna do the same. Okay. You are? Chicanery. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. What? Mm-hmm. I don't know. I never draw big boxes. Mm-hmm. What are we doing? What layer is anything on? Feel free to label these. Oh, if you want to, there's a way to add annotations. It's the text box, but nobody ever uses it because it's stupid. It is just easier to write.
All right. We are bringing up the curtain. We're coming on the last hour of our show, really the last 45 minutes. That'll put my end time right about 8 o'clock. Minor spoiler, I am in the mountain time zone. So, this is into the night with Incomitatum. We're actually into the morning now. It's going on episode 10. We've been doing this enough times. This is my second or third time on Twitch, so used to be over on YouTube. I'm honored that any of you would be here, let alone my friend Josh, and I am triply honored to be joined by the lovely Miss Pepper.
Hello.
We're currently listening to No Frill Salsa by Kevin MacLeod, and it's going on a little too longer than I want it to. So we're changing the music, something a little more spooky and mysterious. Psychedelic Crater? That's a great name. Psychedelic Crater. I'm checking all my mirrors for my stream. Here we go. So Pepper, we've talked about a lot of stuff tonight, right?
Yes.
Let me see if I can switch this quickly. Here we go. For those joining us in the last hour, we've done a lot of story crafting together, Pepper and I. Has it yielded any actual words on a page or paper? No, but it is no less important or valid that we've done all this. Fun little worksheet I like to work out because let me name drop some games that all of you should play. Anything by Ben Robbins, Microscope, Follow, Kingdom. He has another one, I forget. The Quiet Year is good. These are diceless, big picture storycraft games. They're collaborative storytelling arenas with friends, and I love them. I've cherry-picked the best ideas from all of them. And, on a small local level, I'm kind of encouraging folks I come across who are struggling to craft their own yarns. Yarn is another word I remembered from this genre. Their own tales, their own mythos and memes and fish stories. I try to make things formulaic, if at all possible. Tonight's formula, we are at that weird, swirly intersection between mystery, western, and a ghost town. This is what Pepper and I have decided together. We haven't even given them names. We're about to. We have the following characters. If this was our very basic, maybe like fighting game, or you might even say like a daddy dating sim is another genre. These are the characters we're going to pair up. And so we have a tired traveler, a curt inquisitor, a broken widow, a grizzled sharpshooter, a spunky private, and an addled insider. You can see the Cliff Notes version tells you that all of these, the formula is they are an attitude and a profession. In Fate, which we were talking about in the first hour, we would call this a high concept. Every character has one more thing that they need in addition to a high concept, but I haven't drawn this out because it hasn't mattered yet. It's about to, as we switch over to the scene. And out of those characters that I listed, Pepper, which is the one that speaks to you the most, the loudest? Who do you think is the most interesting to want to play? Let me back up. Got a little ahead of myself, if you'll excuse me. We have asked some questions, and I don't even mind a repeat of some of them. But for our first scene, what are we going to ask of the story?
What I always like to do in the first scene is ask, who are these people?
Okay. Let's solidify, make it a little less watered down. Do you have a character in mind?
I just like taking dull concepts and making them interesting.
Okay. Who do you think is...
I kind of like them all.
Who is the dullest that you want to, I guess the word is, embody?
Who seemingly has the least potential to be interesting?
Let's list them again from the top for the sake of those playing the home game. We have the Tired Traveler, the Curt Inquisitor, the Grizzled Sharpshooter, the Spunky Private, the Addled Insider, and the Broken Widow. We have a viewer. Let us not ignore Josh.
Josh, tell me, who do you want to see?
Who do you think that Pepper should embody, given the notion that she wants to explore someone she thinks has the least potential? And my high-level ban for this is the Addled Insider is off limits, because we said he's a special character used as a narrative device. And now is the part of the show where we've sent out a signal and we wait for a little time lag between us and Mars.
Yes.
Hopefully not 14 minutes, which is the worst case scenario between us and Mars. That's also one way too. That's not even, like, what is it, 28 round trip? Assuming that they're fast typer once they get it. Joshua wants to see you embody the Grizzled Sharpshooter.
Ooh, we're gonna have fun. Okay,
I'm gonna make that the color of peppermint.
So we have a Grizzled Sharpshooter. What are we doing?
We have the Grizzled Sharpshooter. When I'm laying out scenes... Alright. Joshua is actually a couple hours ahead, I guess. Mm-hmm. And he's also doing work meetings, he says. So he has to weave in and out of the room.
Hey, okay.
Alright. Looking back at our prep layer... I like that. Didn't we say the Sharpshooter and the Inquisitor? Let's just go with something that seems natural. We already paired them up. We even said that the Sharpshooter might feel a certain territorialness, or that he is the curator of the disquieted saloon.
Yeah. I've been around here one too many times, boys.
That's nice. So, two things we're going to do. What's his name? Just a first name is fine. Or more importantly, how does he prefer to be addressed when we find that out about him?
I'm going to go with a casual name. What's a horrible old man's name?
You would have to define horrible.
Something which somebody modern would be embarrassed to have.
Yeah. Indicative of the times. What is the opposite of anachronistic? Definitely. Yeah. And a sharpshooter. Cletus McGee. I don't know. Like
What about Orion?
Ryan.
Yeah.
He doesn't.
I said Orion, but he'll go by Ryan for sure.
Oh, Ryan. That was
Like
there's
the
just a.
constellation.
I have much love in your direction, Miss Pepper. Not only did I see it out back when I let the puppers out, but I have not. There, you know that thing where it's not a good memory, but you survived it, so it's not bad.
Yeah.
Freezing my ass off at the bus stop in the wintertime with only the constellation Orion to keep me comfortable.
There we go.
Yeah,
there we go.
that is.
This is why he's grizzled.
I have, yeah, grizzled sharpshooter. That's so great, Orion. All right, now here's the thing: if we were playing Fate, but I think that it's also good. We were talking about high concept. That's this. What is Orion's trouble with a capital T?
Trouble?
And a trouble is a thing that can get a character into trouble anytime. It's a big enough deal that it's part of who he is. It follows him from scene to scene. It's not a small thing, which is to say, he's not going to solve it quickly. It could harry him. Every scene could be about this trouble. You might become uninteresting if we did it that way, but it has that potential to rear its head at any time and give him agitation. It does not change due to context. That is to say, that he is in this story doesn't mean that it affects him less. Like, oh, well, back in New York, that was my trouble, but here it's not anymore. It's like, no, whatever we're saying your trouble is for right now. So, what's something that you see, and you can be stereotypical by all means. Is he an alcoholic, and that's why he's taken over the abandoned bar?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's stereotypical, but at the same time, it's a very real issue. I feel like he's overly callous. You've seen it all. You don't care anymore.
And
drink it away.
So he's also using the alcohol as a coping mechanism.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Pepper, my brain is broken. How do you spell alcohol?
A-L...
I'm cheating.
E-O... Yeah, me too.
The drink. The drink. Fuck it. We're
the
not.
Sauce.
Yep. And obviously we need a golden glass where all your troubles will go away. It's a little sudsy, right? A lot more sudsy.
Mm-hmm.
I wish the draw pile had. Oh, it kind of does.
You want me to make it pretty?
No, I just wish that it had another, like a zoomed in box to show you what you were actually picking. It's like on the color wheel.
Oh, no, it doesn't. It has sliders.
It does. Oh, it has sliders. I forgot.
You also have set color palettes, too.
That's going to be something that I need to curate in the future, definitely. Especially how I like this peppermint color for you, and I have been kind of color picking all night. It's like, why don't you color pick less?
Yes.
Don't you have some predefined shit that you like? All right. On the other side, I'm going to say the... Sorry, that's just not a great color. The Inquisitor. Brighter, damn it. First of all, because I need like things. What did we say? He was the Kurt Inquisitor.
Kurt, yes, Kurt. I can't say words anymore.
In fact,
Okay.
I want this to be just a long vomit. Um, so I just pulling this out of my hat, and to lean into cliche, he is Lieutenant Curtis Melbourne. I like it because it's a mouthful. It's got a nice amount of syllables. He is Kurt because he is Curtis.
Oh,
Yeah.
we got some symbolism.
Wink, nudge. Melbourne is nice. I really have no personal connection to it. It's just I liked Curtis Melbourne, but that's Lieutenant to you. I worked hard to get where I am. Very much, if we lean into vocal tropes, he is an Imperial.
Mm-hmm.
He is rigid and clear cut.
Now, here's a question.
Mm-hmm.
If this is taking place in the Wild West, is he a foreigner?
Wonderful question. Yeah, especially because we haven't leaned into the weird or built up any weird bureaucratic structure. So, let's say yes, he is.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, Lieutenant.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like Lieutenant anymore because you're right. Now, what do I like? So I'm playing with this. I'm playing with this. Yeah, Inspector. I like the idea that large companies would hire someone to go and get the answers. It's like, well, I'm dealing with the New York Stock Exchange right now, pal. I can't be going west and figuring out what the problem is. It's like, okay, well, we're gonna hire from the outside on this one, pals. And so they send in someone to ask the right questions. And that's Curtis Melbourne. Maybe he used to be a lieutenant. Oh, that's juicy.
It's possible it used to be part of some army. I don't know why, but based on the inflections you were doing, I just kept on thinking he's from Great Britain.
No, definitely, yeah. To lean into the, when I said it, like the Star Wars trope of being an Imperial. What do we think his trouble might be? I know I'm a little in charge of this side of the board, but if you've got ideas, I'd love to hear them too, Miss Pepper.
Well, let's see. Let me see, what's in the west? How far west are we?
Here's some fun bullshit I came up with earlier. We are, we can play with the same symbolism even though it hasn't been birthed yet. We are, I'm gonna botch my wording. It was clever earlier, damn it, but I just am on this side of tired. How far west are we? Well, west was literally defined by the arch. I'd say we're smack to invoke a trope.
To invoke a trope? Smack dab?
We're smack dab in the middle of it. Like, okay. Where are we? Well, we're not
getting natural resources in the middle of the...
We're not getting out of it anytime soon because we're in the middle of it. And this is also preferable because we've built our room and we've said that this all takes place. Yeah, you know what? Josh is right. He says near the Rockies, and this half-assed map is such that we don't know quite where they are, but you can see mountains in the distance. It would be
Okay.
inconvenient to go over there, but it's over there,
Obviously, if an outside company is sending him, that means that there needs to be
right?
some reason to invest.
I like bureaucracy. Man invented insurance when he was sending important things on long distances.
Mm. Either
Fancy
they're
words like
making, either
underwriting.
sending that him to see if there's something worth investing in the town. He shows up, there's nobody here. What's going on?
I think he has a stick far enough up his ass that he might say, my job's on the line.
My job's on the line.
Damn it, man, my job's on the line. Right? My job's on the line. Do we find that to be acceptable enough? Like,
Yes,
we could
this work.
explore this too, because later
Hmm.
we might see, why does he care about his job? Well,
Hmm.
is he a family man back in
Hmm.
Philadelphia where they're running the numbers on how much of a shit show this has turned into? Right? Like,
Yes.
what's the over under? Well, we lost the expedition into the Rockies. Like, what do you mean lost? Well, they're out there, but it's not worth it to send them a caravan to bring them home. Oh, well, you mean lost then, don't you? Wink nudge. Golly, people are awful.
It's fine.
uh,
It's fine.
we had on a layer that is not this one, apparently. Do you remember what question we were asking the scene?
Of the
Why?
scene?
Well, yeah. Well, we were going to have a scene to answer a question.
Why are we here?
Why
What
are we
happened?
here? That's right. Why are we here? Which I think was a fine.
Mhm. Why
Oh,
are
no.
we?
You had said something, and I had, not to mean it as a slight, but I said it was a bit watered down. And um, so we might say, why is. Um, I'm just going to change it around. It's the same damn question, but
Mhm.
underlines are.
Why are you here?
Why are you here? Because that makes it into ping pong, right?
Hmm.
Two men hold up in this. What did we say?
Saloon.
We had said disquieted saloon. Oh,
Mhm.
in big fun letters, right?
Yes, we're
In,
having fun.
in bright, shiny gold saloon letters.
There we go.
And what I like about disquieted, what I had said earlier when I spawned this playset, this scene, this place into existence. First of all, we said that a place, well, a place is a place, but
Hmm.
it's a vibe. And
It is a.
disquieted to Pepper and I tonight, because we talked it
Mhm.
over, means when there's a lull in the conversation or you have a moment to yourself that you can kind of hear the echoes of the stories that happened in this place.
Mm. Yes.
Pepper has already corrected me several times or reminded me that she gets um, myth by transmission through the zeitgeist, so she doesn't take in media firsthand. But if you watched Westworld, um, there was the Wyatt Earp character who he was the robot in the basement. He was the first iteration, and he had a canned story of the woman with the white shoes. And that's kind of the thing that resonates in this space still. Did I ever tell you about the time? Did you say that Ryan might have? Does he have any history with this town, or
I'm
does he
sure
just
he's been through it once or twice.
have a familiarity with the bar? Because being an alcoholic, it literally calls to the marrow of his bones. But
Yes.
But yeah, you're right. Because the other thing, a little bit of geography that we've touched upon, is there is a road.
Mm-hmm.
So people were traveling, and so this place is off of the road.
Mm-hmm.
And so Ryan might have been through here before.
Mm-hmm.
The
He's
last
definitely
thing,
familiar with some sort of bar.
I think the last thing we need, and I will go like full on gold for this, is the need. What do you think that Ryan needs? This could be a long term need, or more importantly, what does he need out of this scene?
What does he need or what does he want?
Yes, either. If you can go with want, that's fine. If you can't figure out want, you can throw it up on that Maslow's hierarchy of needs.
Okay. Okay, because I've always heard that need and want aren't necessarily the same thing.
No, they're not. They're similar enough cousins, but I would say shoot for want because then that sets his agenda and his stakes. And yeah, word it that way. What do you think?
Yeah.
What do you think he wants?
He wants some peace and quiet.
Some GD peace and quiet. So
Give me some goddamn peace and quiet with my goddamn drink. Stop asking so many questions.
And because I am that level of planner, and I will favor you, again in this duel of words, from your point of view, do you think that this scene ends on a white or a black flag for Ryan?
One of them's going to leave the bar.
Okay.
But it's hard to say which one is going to be. I always like to play out scenes.
So here's my other rule to borrow from Microscope. We're going to walk backwards. We're going to see the scene resolve itself. And the scene is over. I mean, we can keep playing it. I also can't stand this song. I know you're not subjected to it. Court of the Queen. Yes. This is very cerebral and thinky. We can officially end the scene. The referee might blow his whistle, whereupon we have answered the question. Now, we can keep going beyond that, by all means, but what is most important is that this scene, through the lens of these two polar opposites, or poles, they don't... again, we're here to answer this question. Why are you here? And we don't even need to know how either of these characters came to be in the bar yet, unless you have an answer to that right away.
Yes. Sorry, I'm thinking.
I think that the inspector is here, and I think here should be with a big capital H, like in this story, in those three areas we were talking about earlier. Not necessarily the bar. But the Inquisitor is actually here at the bar because whether he wants to be or not, he heard that Ryan is an authority on these parts. Ryan is actually more in his element than the Inspector would be. Inspector pretends to be in his element by always reframing and asking questions, but...
All American.
The trees care not what questions you ask of them, friend.
I can imagine that there's a difference between their language, one being a little bit more elegant.
Yeah, a little more proper. Yeah.
Yes.
Leaning on tradition and decorum.
And Orion just doesn't care.
And manners. And Orion is grizzled. Yeah, so where are our points? What are our lines? Where's our scenes? Well, excuse me, director, what's my motivation? Well, Orion needs a drink.
just a drink.
And the inspector, well, his job is on the line, right?
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, we might be slow to get this thing churning, but we can also do one more thing to give us a little bit of a bump.
Mm-hmm.
We said this is a disquieted saloon.
Mm-hmm.
How about you do me a favor and set the scene? Just you narrate our establishing shot a little bit. Okay. And we're looking for things that we can put. They don't need to be, well, they're going to be red so that they show up, but this doesn't mean danger or holy crap. But we're actually going to look for 3 other ways that we can describe what is in this scene. So let me do one. Do we say that a seating place is empty? Yeah, I think we can do that. Yeah. So I might.
Yeah, there's nobody here. There's no bartender.
So one of the things we know to be true about this scene, one of the aspects, is empty tables and chairs. Mm-hmm. Well, why is that important? Some social posturing around them. Where does a person choose to sit? Mm-hmm. It's good fodder if the conflict turns physical. Mm-hmm. Yeah. What do you see as 2 other major descriptors of the scene aspects that we can leverage as our characters? And this could even be, now what is it like right outside, or
cold, musty. It's dark. I always feel that gives a feeling. Dusty, not dry. Musty.
Oh, musty.
Yeah.
Musty or dusty?
Musty and dusty. It's musty and dusty.
Musty.
Musty's a good word. Gives a sort of uncomfortable feeling.
Did we say morning?
I said dark. So I guess it could be either. But it gives a sense of either far too late or far too early.
Dark is also a good one. If things go outside, then quickly, well, dark gets us things like notice checks or what's going on? Well, I can't tell. It's dark. Oh, well, damn it. What are that?
No candlelight.
Cold must. Yeah, I mean the business across it. The candlelight. Candle. I like that too. Candle.
I mean, how else are you supposed to light up the place, right?
Lit. And the other thing this tells me, the oil ran out a long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
All right, these are fun. The drunk. Big picture zooming out, and we've said a lot of things about this. And you all at home might be a little bored. You might see this as hemming and hawing, but all of this is the construction, the sinew, the meat, the bones, the skeleton of what is a scene. Well, I've left this black box a little open. I don't know if Pepper, you can feel free to draw in there because you are quite an accomplished artist.
I could get this.
Yeah, let's make this fun. Just a fun little divider line. Over on this side, draw maybe from the waist up, so you don't have to go too nuts, or whatever you want. You're a grizzled sharpshooter. And this is kind of like a JRPG version. My dude's going to be on one side, you're going to be on the other. We're going to be talking back and forth at each other.
How big?
If from the... Here, let me just draw a quick skeleton, but, you know...
Okay, gotcha.
His belt down here. I got this weird polka music going for no reason that I can comprehend. Other than that it was in the crap I downloaded.
Can I draw hats? Maybe.
I think it's encouraged. Oh, you mean like physically can you?
Can I physically draw hats?
Like, you don't need my permission to...
Like, is this a possibility of what I can do?
And what I said that I like about this dude's curtness is he's very rigid. If the mystery were a little more supernatural, this dude could definitely... He would have no problem accidentally, wink nudge, becoming a vampire.
That's a mood.
He's definitely nonplussed. He kind of looks like that... have you seen that NPC meme, unfortunately?
No. He goes with the most stereotypical cowboy imaginable.
Oh, and I can see him having one of those mustaches that it's like, oh, obviously this was from the point of time where at least the mustache, he thought the mustache made the man, but he wears it a little too... It doesn't have the same authority that it would have across the pond. Like, obviously I'm very important, can't you see my mustache?
The mustache is the most important thing.
Sorry there, partner. This is a real stash. Yours is one of them city stashes.
We don't... City stashes. The worst kind of
What
stash.
do you mean it's a city stash? This is all the rage down in Boho. I can even see that whether... Maybe his current garb is very practical. A little bit of a poncho. Or maybe he has the touristy approach of, like, he Oregon Trailed the shit out of this and he bought one of everything.
Like the
Like,
video game.
Yep, like you do not know what you're going to need. And so it's off to a prepared man. It is obvious that he came over prepared. Like,
It's a little bit too much.
you know you're not going to need a left-handed arbuckle for this job. I have a left and a right-handed one. You never know what will be needed. No, I've been out here a time or two. I obviously do know what will be needed. Like, oh yeah. Oh yeah, this is fun.
It is.
Hands folded behind himself. I mean, his arm's a little too lanky, but whatever. In fact, they should come up to here, right?
Actually, no. Let's not do that.
Thank you. I mean, it would have happened anyway, but thank you for introducing me to Draw Pile.
No problem.
Because it was you. And in fact, I invoked your name during that... The fiasco, that's right. That was the Wobbly Show.
I feel
'Cause I'm
so
like-
bad because I overslept and I missed it.
Well, obviously you needed your rest.
Who knows when I sleep? I don't. Oh dear.
I don't even know what this haircut is supposed to be. but I do see him having too foppish of a hat. And I like to think about action figures coming with props, though his is not shown. I bet it would be a ledger or a journal. Something small and practical that he could hide in his breast pocket. It turned somewhere between a poncho and a scarf. I don't know. Right? I don't... Whatever do you mean?
Yes.
So, Pepper, I again am incredibly honored that you're here, and we find ourselves meeting like this around this time. Is this normal for you, or are you just a chronic insomniac?
I am a chronic insomniac. It's fine.
Is there a way to plan to meet you at such an awful hour?
Yes, perhaps.
Okay. Inconvenient, I guess, is a better word. For most people. I think I'm done noodling on this. He is as resolved as he must be. You can make assumptions about his attire.
I shall not mess with lighting. That's a bad idea.
It's not a frown. It's just... He doesn't feel one way or the other.
Indifference.
He's a bit of a Vulcan. Though I guess if he's curt, then he might be just upfront enough that the sharpshooter doesn't hate it, right? Did you see, he said, as he's slowly learning that she probably didn't, and there's nothing wrong with that. The word he's going to use, it's not No Country for Old Men, it's the other one, that there will be blood.
Mm-hmm.
Daniel Day-Lewis, and he's a bit of an oil baron. Oh, you just did something great.
What?
Yes, you gave me this. I will steal it from you. A bit of a robber baron himself, in which he says one of the things he prefers. He says, I believe in plain speaking. It's like, I'm going to tell you exactly how it is, because I don't have time to hem and haw. Damn it, man, my job's on the line. And you did say the other dichotomy was right after you said you weren't going to mess with lighting.
Yeah.
Right? No, it's all right.
That's about it.
It's kind of cold outside, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not necessarily dreary, but Yeah, everything else that's not rim lighting can just be... Hey, Pepper, because of you, we completed the art requirement.
The art requirement for what?
The stream.
Oh.
We got in some actual
requirement.
real art rather than me just drawing plans and diagrams and cheat
I didn't know that there was an art requirement.
Yeah, it literally says Into the Night with Incomitatum 10, storytelling, Endworld, and art. And so I have been bullshitting that art is whatever we say it is because, you know...
Well, art is simply finding beauty in anything.
The story was inside you the whole time, friend. Mm-hmm. Not good lighting, but big patches of dark juxtaposed the good enough for the government cheese. I'm going to zoom out while Pepper continues to draw.
I can talk and draw. I do that all the time.
She's a pro at it.
I am. Well, not really, but I pretend to be.
And I won't be upset, but for the sake of continuity, if you want to color some of that purple over on my side of the line too, just get all good and dark in here. So what do I need? You need a drink, and you also said that you come here for the quiet, right? Maybe to soak in the place, the old, what used to be. So, the Inquisitor is obviously here to find out. Because if this is our only scene, again, we're going to embrace impermanence. We're pushing 4 hours of a stream. The fact that Pepper and I were even here is a miracle, right?
We accept miracles. Miracles are nice.
Every day you get out of bed is your birthday, friends.
You're a new person every day.
So we're here, we showed up, and this might be the only scene in this hot mess of storytelling that we ever get. Now, we might be lucky. Pepper might be able to come back, but let's assume that that doesn't happen. Or that this story campus might not be the same one. Especially if this blows up and people love this episode. So we might do this again with a more succinct and actually directed nature. This has all been largely improv and pulled out of my, I will say, hat. So...
But
we're asking on a big story level, why are you here? And we're asking that of both of these characters without asking them directly. So we're going to walk backwards from this scene that Pepper and I have just painted. Pepper has said that it is a cold, musty, and dark time. It might be morning, it might be night. The clocks don't work in here anymore. I can say that with confidence, right?
Ah, yes.
Even if they were fancy enough to have a clock, it doesn't work anymore. The scene also is empty tables and chairs. And to counter the darkness, we have a single candle. Because it's the frontier. And resources are scarce. Where do we find ourselves? Smack dab in the middle of the West. We're also smack dab in the middle of the story. The disquieted saloon is in that place. It's the entry to the underworld. It's a little bit of a turnstile. You have to pass through this area to get to the safe place, which we said was a warm camp, and the very not safe place, which what did we say? An inn. Dilapidated
Dilapidated.
Dilapidated was the word.
Dilapidated is a good word.
It can be a coin toss. But who do you think speaks first? I imagine the grizzled sharpshooter, being the curator of this scene, is already here. Now, I don't want to I don't want to dictate your actions, but again, that's just an assumption. An aspect that I give to a lot of characters and a lot of fiction is home field advantage. I would say, as the grizzled sharpshooter, and we decided that you're the curator of the Disquieted Saloon, this is your house. This is your space. This is where you feel comfortable and confident. And should conflict arise, for various reasons, physical, mental, or social, when applicable, you could leverage the fact that you are the default state. You're kind of always here. This is your place. It is the inspector that is the fish out of water in this scene. How did the inspector come across the scene, walking backwards farther? I like the idea of pushing in with the camera itself. We start the establishing shot. You can barely make out that this is a saloon. As you push through the warped glass, the only thing you see at first is the bright, flickering one candle. And everything else is just ghosts dancing in the shadows of bottles that may have had an order to them, but time and, well, this alcoholic sharpshooter has, he can leave bottles wherever he wants, right? Unless you're saying that he's a very orderly person. But whereupon Inspector Curtis Melbourne, I bet that his entry itself breaks the peace. It's not so cliche as to say that there is a bell. And if there was, the sharpshooter probably took that down a long time ago.
Probably.
But just the swinging of the timbers of the door and the walking from the outside to the inn and the creaking probably disrupts the peace. How do you feel that Grizzled would react to such a intrusion?
Cursing okay, right? I think we've established this.
Of course we have.
Okay. How would he react? In the middle of the night?
If you say it is. So far we haven't said when it is, but I'm allowing whatever you say to be mostly true. I have a couple rules that I like to limit myself to. We say yes. We say yes, but, or no, and. I'll explain more later when it becomes applicable, but I like to not ruin your stream. And in fact, as I walk backwards off of all this mess that we've said, I like to just build on whatever you say is true. So if you've decided that that nebulous form of time is definitely now night, that's what you decided. And as partners in roleplay, it is actually in our best interest to not be contrarians. We want to march and stumble forward in the dark, not, well, no, that's not true, because I'm shitty and I just said it's not. No quicker way to shut a scene down than to be a contrarian.
Yeah, I suppose that's correct.
So, by all means, Miss Pepper, it is night if that is what you need to get in the groove
like this one, yeah.
of being the grizzled sharpshooter. You're sitting up with your ghosts, I guess, huh?
He doesn't mind ghosts. The fuck you want?
Yeah, I believe as the floorboards creak and he makes it a what would you say? Showing off a sort of orderliness, delicateness. If he was raucous before, now that he is here and obviously announced himself, he makes it a point to shut the door gently and not rattle the glass, and takes in the scene slowly before answering. And you asked, why? What did you ask?
The fuck you want?
The fuck you want. I like that. Fuck you want. I think that he would be overjoyed at your frankness. In few words, because he is curt. How do I say this? He says, does Ryan have a last name?
Would he hasn't given it.
He would say, I have heard from the others that there was I think he would the inspector is a very social creature, so he would try and analyze the sharpshooter and play off of any sense of dignity or pride he might have left, which actually might be very little, but trying to find some way to open this bear trap. He'd say, and he may even call upon your expertise using the word master. It's like,
That's not for me.
oh, wonderful. I love that can be said. And that I still have your attention. What does he want? This isn't a hard question, but posturing is important. But he would not be intimidated. He would say very matter-of-factly, he'd say, I want to employ your services.
Can't draw a mouse.
It's high noon.
It's I knew.
It's midnight. It's high night. Wait, what?
What? Oh dear. Couldn't you picked a better time? Sorry, trying to get my southern accent on. Not good at this.
I would say, Master Ryan, as I have only heard of you, time is literally of the essence.
Yeah. What the fuck do you actually want?
He says, I have done all I can with what I've been given. I've spent a great too many nights in the camp, hearing the same stories round and round the campfire. Men, women, talking themselves in circles. Says, I believe you might have greater insight as to what actually is going on here.
I can't talk. What the fuck else did you expect?
As a man of science, I have not come into this with any expectations, except that men are inherently selfish and have a price.
Well, ain't that right? What you paying?
I think at this point, the Inquisitor would look around slight bonus to notice, even though it's dark, because he's very inquisitive.
Yes.
You say, as I calculate, you have less than a week before all of the booze in this establishment runs out. He says, we are all in dire straits. Back at camp, I happen to have some nice quality firewater that will burn your gullet for many nights to come. He says, consider this a down payment for your story, with coin to follow, should I be able to send good news back east that we are actually getting somewhere.
Well then, what you want to know?
I guess he would look you up and down, and yeah, you fit the paper doll, the framework of a man who may be found in a place like this, but he'd say, as I hear it told, you're not exactly a local. And yet, you knew this place before it became, they're saying, abandoned.
And traveling. Sorry.
Well, he'd end that because it's a bit of a cheat. But other than the finest booze, why are you here?
Cold out. Cold outside. Cold outside.
It's cold outside. Now, is that because he is playing his cards to the vest? Too close to the vest and he doesn't want to say, or...
He's just being blunt and just giving
like,
direct motivation, not larger motivation.
It's fucking cold, and I've got this candle, and that's where we're at. He'd say there are other one-horse towns on the road, even with people, warm bodies, good tunes, ladies of the night, if that's what you desire. But of all people, of all places, you've chosen this saloon of all places tonight. I'm here because my job demands it. Rest assured, I would not be here if I was not made to be.
What is the close? I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't get my voice low. Help me. What was the closest one?
All right. No, I get what you're saying. It's not like, I could have. No, I couldn't have been at just any bar. This was the closest bar.
This was the closest one. Cold outside. This was the closest one. Yeah. Oh gosh.
I think given that he senses he's not really getting anywhere, he would pull up a chair,
Oh,
which might not actually be preferable to Mr. Ryan because it implies that
staying.
the inspector is going to stay a while. He says, well, the closest one, yeah, what would he say? He would say, tell me, what do you remember of this place before it became abandoned? And he says it with kind of like sickly sour air quotes. Like, abandoned. Like we both know there's more happening, but whatever.
Yeah. You having to make decisions on the fly.
Well, it's whatever feels right based on the assumptions.
Yeah. Quiet town. Quiet people. Not much to say.
Well, yes, I do suppose everyone is more quiet now that no one is to be found. Did you do this?
How the fuck would I do this?
I will be honest, Master Ryan, you do not look like a magician. But I am here to ask the unobvious questions. You do seem to be a man that likes his quiet. You do seem like the sort of yank that likes to be left alone. He says, and probably sensing that is true. He would be like, and I'll be out of your hair just as soon as, well, I have a lead on where else I might find these answers. By all means, if you're not the one to answer these hard questions, then perhaps you can point me to someone, anyone. He might even make a mockery of it, spinning around like, all these people in town.
All these people.
Someone, anyone, step forward. If you hear me, you see, Master Ryan, there is no one.
Have you tried the clerk's office? Telegram?
He says, oh, I have my own channels. I have Washington's ear. I have a direct courier between here and the east. But you see, just as sure as this was the closest bar to whet your palate, you are the closest man in which I might beseech for answers. It's not that you are my first choice. It's, well, you are convenient. Because you are here, whereas no one else is. And believe me, I have already exhausted my options with those washerwomen in the camp.
Washer. Well, then. Well, I don't know much more than you. It's been a while since I've been around these parts. I was surprised to see it so desolate, too. Have you tried the houses? See what happens?
I think he would show his hand a little and say, finally venturing into this, what do you call it? Desolation. He says, we are going to be rattling the bushes and kicking in the doors, if you will. First thing, at first light. He said, though, if you had provided any direction whatsoever, then, well, ours would have been a concentrated effort. It's probably just a large enough town to be inconvenient. He says, and how about that bottle I promised? True, you have not given me any solid leads, but if you help us find answers, what would he say? He appeals. He probably doesn't see the appeal to religion inside you, so he might be, do you consider yourself a reasonable man?
I do. I can't do. My man voice, I can't do men. Oh.
I can't do men, folks. It's alright. Big words to begin a sentence with. He would say, well, the way I see it, if such a thing could happen here, such a thing could happen elsewhere. And again. He says, and what's more disquieting is that, he says, and he might lean away from the supernatural on purpose because he doesn't believe in such things. He says, I found that to every mystery there's really just a man, what would he say? Something about being led far too astray by his animal nature. I think he might even mention to appeal to your sensibilities. Don't you want to know what animal? He says, or, for lack of seeing a struggle, force of nature could do such a thing? Or are you content to sit in this place and let it eat at you? When you could just as easily walk a few paces down the road and find the answers with us. Lovingly. Continue.
Too goddamn late at night for such things.
I think
Sleep
he would.
a man.
I think he would concede the scene and say, "Ah, yes, you make an excellent point, sir. It is indeed late. Our party will be setting out at first light," he says, and probably even seeing from how much you've had to drink. They would say, we intend to make... We'll be back first thing in the morning. Like, not only will it not be too dark, but know what makes more noise than one cursed inquisitor?
One person, multiple.
All those other idiots that he hasn't been able to get answers from yet. They're going to be here too. It's not like you're going to be sleeping in. In fact, I think he might even say, "Oh yes, He would allude to her as an apprentice who is quite drunk on the tall tales they're telling back at camp about you. It's just bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, positively overjoyed to make your acquaintance in the morning."
Oh no.
Look, we tried to do it my way, but...
Oh, sheesh.
So what do you say? Do you think that if the Inquisitor were to bid you good morrow and pivot about his hill and walk back to camp, effectively ending the scene but obligating you to help them tomorrow?
Yeah.
I think we both answered, why are we here? Yours is allowed to be a shallow and even not entirely true answer. Even if it is, you don't. We answered at least to what we want the audience to know.
Yeah.
The why. So as far as they need to know right now, you came because, well, friend, this was the closest bottle.
This is the closest bottle. It's cold. I'm tired. I want to get drunk. Oh dear. Sorry, haven't thought about this character, so
No, I
doing it
don't.
orally is not the easiest thing right off the bat.
I don't think that there's anything wrong with that. I mean, you floundered around as good as could be expected, but I think that you did what was required. I feel that you were looking to some of the things that we wrote around here as kind of your guideposts of, well, what can we assume? Am I full of crap? Did you? Yeah. If we
pretend that I knew what I was doing.
Like, okay, so if we go up a level and we just take our improv hats off and we come back to the comfortable couch of what is known, how do you feel that went? If we debrief and...
I feel like the inspector didn't get very much, and the grizzled old Orion is grizzled and tired and would like more booze.
More booze, right?
More booze. Just random person. No, that's a town, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that... What's that?
I thought for a second it was just a person looking over the saloon door, just like holding their arms up.
Oh yeah, no, I'm just...
And that thought amused me.
No. This is way too colorful. Somehow I picked up a lot of extra pink that I have no idea where it came from, but whatever.
It's A-okay.
I do like that you caught on that this is the saloon door. I'm doing something right.
Yes.
And some scroll work in here. Whatever, man.
Don't worry about backgrounds. No one ever worries about backgrounds.
Well, unfortunately, I always worry about backgrounds because I wanted to be an environment artist.
Oh, now that's fair.
Literally sets the scene. Like, all right, people are secondary,
I always just
right?
do characters.
And I'm learning as I draw and I grow that people empathize with a picture better when there are people in it too. Well, duh.
Yeah.
People are people, so people relate to people.
That's true.
Also, I heard it for years before it really dawned on me, but people relate to faces.
Yeah.
Like I don't know what it's called, but that little triangle that we scan like AI with our faces. It's like, yeah, we want to know
I
that.
did intentionally shade his, put the hat over his
Right?
face.
No, I
Yeah.
caught that. It's like, I'm not looking up at you, friend. Like, that is the kind of thing. Like, you're in my house. I don't need to make eye contact with you to make your day miserable.
Yeah. Yeah. Nothing is more dehumanizing than not showing eyes.
You kept the stakes low. I think the sharpshooter could have. It was within his power, though not necessary for you to draw your pistol and be like, get.
Yeah.
Like, it was not.
Yeah.
It was not what was needed, but it would not have been out of your power
Yeah.
to do. Like, some people flounder. They're like, well, do I have a gun? I'm like, well, high level things. You have the word sharpshooter to mine, so yes.
Yes.
Secondly, though, it is the Wild West.
It's true.
I would say it would be easy to find a gun.
Yeah, he has a gun. He just would prefer not to deal with that right now.
Depending on literally how gritty and realistic we make the setting, we might say, well, you have a gun, but do you have bullets or dry powder, friend? You know, there are all these things we can do to make life harder for our characters.
Indeed, there is. I'm just used to working with characters I've developed.
Oh, sure. I'm happy that you would go along with this with me, because it shows that once you lay down these foundations, once you lay down at least all the words we have written down on this layer, all of these nouns are things that we can mine for assumptions. Because we spent other layers assuring that we were on the same page before we even laid down a scene.
Yes.
And scenes are fun. Scenes are literally where the story happens, but it's that being on the same page together that actually is my favorite part. It's like, what are we talking about? Let's build up the framework, this construct together. And more importantly, though it would feel a little bit like I were cheating on you, Miss Pepper, I would say that we could open up this sound box and let others play in it as well.
Oh, by all means.
Yes. So, I think what I will do is make a slightly cleaner, nicer looking document of this sometime, and then share it out, being like, hey, look what Pepper and I got up to on episode 10.
Go back, watch it, please.
Yeah.
Like, comment, and subscribe.
Yeah. So, we're pushing 4.5 hours. I think that it is, it's just kind to my audience to let them go ahead and go. Joshua, your presence is at least recorded as being here. I'm happy that you would show up at all, friend. Doubly blessed that Pepper was here, because this night would not have gone this well without it. I appreciated having someone else to riff off of, so thank you. Moreover, she touches on an excellent point, friend. I'm supposed to tell you to like, follow, subscribe. This will end up archived on YouTube or in the bowels of the great machine 100 years from now. Please, you can find me on social media, Twitter, Facebook. I'm all over as Incomitatum. I would love to hear from you. And if you got any value out of these mental gymnastics, I guess, is not a horrible way to put this. So, this has been episode 10 of Into the Night with Incomitatum. Storytelling, Endworld, and thanks to Pepper, we even got up to some art. Thank you very much for joining us, friends. Until next time, I want to say, be excellent to each other.